you'll arrive. Tell her I'll get there when I get there. Martin switched lanes to pass a slow-moving RV. Had 3 deliveries run late this morning. She's just worried about dinner timing. Dinner can wait. He caught the edge of his own voice and softened it. How's Lillian doing? A pause. Too long. She's fine. A little quiet. Martin's jaw tightened. Put her on. Martin, she's fine. She's sitting with the other kids. We'll see you soon. The call ended. Martin pressed harder on the gas in the car ahead. Lillian pressed her forehead against the window. The mountain curves made her stomach roll and twist. She'd asked Alice for the front seat, but Norma had put her eldest grandson there instead. Growing boys need legroom, she'd said, not looking at Lillian. Now Lillian sat squashed between 2 cousins in the back, their elbows jabbing her ribs every time the car turned. The air smelled like someone's tuna sandwich and her cousin's grape juice. Her stomach lurched again. Are you okay? Her cousin Emma whispered. Lillian shook her head slightly. Speaking might make it worse. She looks green, Emma said louder. Norma's voice cut through from the driver's seat. She's fine. It's all in her head. Alice turned from the passenger seat. Lillian? Sweetie, I don't feel good. Lillian's voice came out small. We're almost there, Alice said. Just try to look out the window at the horizon. But the curves kept coming and Lillian's stomach kept rolling. She swallowed hard, trying to keep everything down. The other kids shifted away from her. I think I'm going to Don't You Dare. Norma's eyes found her in the rearview mirror. This car is brand new. Lillian clamped her mouth shut. Tears burned hot behind her eyes. Mom, maybe we should pull over, Alice said quietly. We've already stopped twice for bathroom breaks. I'm not stopping again. Norma took another curve fast. She needs to learn to control herself. Lillian's stomach heaved. She couldn't hold it anymore. She grabbed for the empty fast food bag on the floor, but it was too late. Vomit splashed onto the seat, onto her dress, on her cousin's shoe. Oh my God! Her cousin jerked away. Are you kidding me? Norma's voice cracked like a whip. Are you kidding me right now? Mom, she's sick. She's spoiling everything. Norma yanked the wheel right, pulling onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under the tires. Out! Get out of the car. Lillian sat frozen, vomit on her dress, tears streaming down her face. I said get out. Norma twisted in her seat. You're not sitting in my car like that. She's 8 years old, Alice said, her voice rising. We can't just... She can wait here while we find somewhere to clean up. There's a gas station a few miles ahead. Norma reached back and opened Lillian's door. Out. Now. Lillian stumbled out onto the gravel, her legs shaking. The mountain air hit her clammy skin. She looked back at Alice, who had her hand on the door handle but wasn't moving. Mom, we can't leave her here. She'll be fine. It's broad daylight. Martin's right behind us. Norma pulled the door shut. He can deal with his daughter. Wait, Alice started, but Norma was already driving, gravel spitting from under the tires. Through the back window, Lillian saw her cousins staring, their faces pale and shocked. Emma pressed her hand against the glass. Then the car rounded the bend and disappeared. Lillian stood on the side of the empty road, mountains rising on one side, a drop-off on the other. A semi-truck roared past, the wind from it pushing her back a step. She wrapped her arms around herself and started to cry. Martin saw her before his brain fully processed what he was seeing. A small figure in a blue dress, standing on the shoulder of the highway. For a split second, he thought it was just some kid whose family had stopped for a photo. Then recognition hit him like ice water that he slammed on the brakes, threw the truck in a park right there in the lane, hazards flashing. A car behind him honked and swerved. Martin didn't care. He was out and running. Lillian. She turned, her face streaked with tears and vomit. Daddy. He scooped her up, and she wrapped around him like she was drowning. Her whole body shook. What happened? Where's Alice? Where's the car? He carried her to the truck, looking up and down the road for any sign of them. I got sick. Lillian sobbed into his shoulder. I threw up and Grandma got mad, and she made me get out, and they left, and I didn't know if you were coming, and slow down. Slow down. Martin set her in the passenger seat, grabbed the emergency blanket from behind the seat, and wrapped it around her. Who left you here? Grandma did. She said you were right behind us, and I had to wait. Lillian wiped her nose on the blanket. But you weren't right behind us and cars kept going so fast, and I thought maybe you weren't coming. Martin's vision tunneled. His hands, reaching for the seatbelt, moved on their own. Click. Secure. He walked around to the driver's side and got in. Started the engine. Put it in drive. Where are we going? Lillian asked. To the cabin. His voice came out flat. Controlled. Are you mad at me? He looked at her then, really looked at her. Vomit on her dress. Tear tracks on her face. Eyes red and swollen. 8 years old and left on the side of a mountain highway like trash. No, baby. I'm not mad at you. He reached over and squeezed her hand. Not even a little bit. They drove in silence for a while. Lillian's breathing slowly steadied. She kept the blanket pulled tight around her shoulders. Daddy. Her voice was small. Yeah, why did Grandma leave me? Martin's knuckles went white on the wheel. I don't know, but she shouldn't have. Is she going to be mad when we get there? Probably. He glanced at her. But I'll be madder. The cabin sat nestled in pine trees, smoke already rising from the chimney. Martin pulled into the gravel driveway and saw 3 cars parked in a neat row. Through the large front windows, he could see people moving around inside, laughing, talking, like nothing had happened. He turned off the engine and sat for a moment. Lillian looked up at him. Do I have to go in? Yeah, but stay close to me. He came around and lifted her out of the truck. She got too big to carry easily, but he carried her anyway. The blanket still wrapped around her up the porch steps and through the front door. The cabin smelled like pot roast and pine cleaner. The main room opened up in front of them, a stone fireplace on one wall, leather couches arranged in a square. Norma stood at the kitchen counter, gesturing with a wooden spoon while she told some story. Alice's sister Lydia sat on the couch with her husband, their kids playing cards on the floor. Alice's brother Shane poured drinks at the bar. Alice was the first to see them. She rose from her chair, her face flooding with relief and something else. Guilt, maybe. Martin. Thank God. The room fell silent. Everyone turned. Norma set down her spoon. Well, there you are. Martin carried Lillian to the couch and set her down carefully, keeping one hand on her shoulder. She pressed against his leg. Lillian, he said quietly, tell everyone what happened. Alice stepped forward. Martin, maybe we should talk about this privately. No, he didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. Lillian, tell them. Lillian's voice came out barely above a whisper. I got carsick. I threw up in the car. She swallowed. Grandma made me get out. She drove away and left me on the road. Shane set down his glass. Lydia's mouth opened slightly. Oh, come on. Norma laughed, but it was sharp, brittle. Don't be so dramatic. It was just a few minutes. It was 20 minutes. Martin's words fell like stones. I timed it. 20 minutes on a mountain highway with semi-trucks going 70 miles an hour. Martin. Alice's voice held a warning. She didn't mean what? He looked at Alice now, really looked at her. Didn't mean to abandon an 8-year-old child on the side of the road. Then what did she mean to do? It was a lesson. Norma stepped forward, her spine straight. The child needs to learn she can't just get sick whenever she wants attention. She's carsick. It's not about attention. Everything is about attention with her. Norma waved her hand dismissively. Always has been. Ever since he married Alice. That girl has been trying to stop. The word came out quiet but absolute. Don't say another word about my daughter. The room held its breath. Lillian pressed harder against Martin's leg, and he rested his hand on her head. Lydia cleared her throat. Mom, that was maybe a bit harsh. Leaving her there, Oh, don't you start too. Norma turned on her daughter. I raised 3 children, and they all turned out fine. I know what I'm doing. You left her on a highway. Martin's voice stayed level. Calm. That's not discipline. That's not a lesson. That's abandonment. You're overreacting. Am I? He tilted his head slightly. If I called the police right now and told them what you did, what do you think they'd say? Alice gasped. Martin, you wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. He looked around the room, meeting each person's eyes in turn. But I want everyone here to understand something. What happened today is not okay. It's not acceptable. And I don't forgive things like this. Oh, please. Norma rolled her eyes. Always the martyr. I'm serious. Martin's hand tightened on Lillian's shoulder. I don't forgive this. Silence stretched out. Shane looked at his drink. Lydia studied her hands. Alice stood frozen between her mother and her husband. "Can we just eat?" Norma finally said. "The roast is getting cold." Martin looked down at Lillian. "You hungry?" She shook her head. "Then we're going upstairs." He guided her toward the stairs. "We'll eat later." Martin, Alice started. "Later, Alice." They went up to the room Alice had picked out, the one with 2 beds for him and Lillian. He closed the door, and the noise from downstairs became muffled. Lillian climbed onto the bed and pulled her knees to her chest. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Hey." He sat beside her. "What are you sorry for?" "For getting sick. For making Grandma mad. For ruining the trip." "You didn't ruin anything." He put his arm around her. "None of this is your fault. You understand me? None of it." She leaned into him, and they sat like that for a long time, listening to the muffled sounds of dinner being served downstairs. Forks on plates. Low conversation. Someone laughed. "Daddy." Lillian's voice was small. "Yeah. Does Grandma hate me?" Martin felt something cold and hard settle in his chest. "I don't know what she feels, but it doesn't matter." "Why not?" "Because you have me, and I'm never going to let anyone treat you like that again." He looked down at her. "You hear me?" "Never." She nodded against his shoulder. Later, much later, after Lillian had fallen asleep in her clothes, still wrapped in the emergency blanket, Alice came upstairs. She opened the door quietly and slipped inside. "Is she okay?" Martin stood by the window, looking out at the dark pine trees. "What do you think?" "Martin, please." Alice came closer. "I know you're angry. I'm angry too, but she's my mother. She doesn't always think things through." He turned to face her. "She left her on the side of the road, Alice. On purpose. After Lillian got sick. That's not thinking things through. That's a choice. I know it was wrong. I told her that." Alice wrapped her arms around herself. "But she's old-fashioned. She was raised a certain way. She thinks toughness is important." "Toughness?" Martin tasted the word. "Is that what we're calling it?" "I'm not defending her. I'm just trying to explain. I don't want an explanation." He kept his voice low, aware of Lillian sleeping nearby. "I want you to tell me you see how wrong this was." "I do see it." Alice's eyes filled with tears. "Of course I do. When she drove away, I tried to make her stop. I really did. But she wouldn't listen, and then we were at that gas station, and she said you'd find her, and it wouldn't be a big deal, and it is a big deal." "I know. Then why are you making excuses for her?" Alice looked down. "She's my mother, and Lillian is my daughter." Martin moved to stand in front of her. "So here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow, we're leaving. We're going home, and your mother is not going to be part of Lillian's life anymore." "Martin, you can't." "I can, and I will." He paused. "You could do what you want. Visit her, talk to her, whatever. But she doesn't get access to Lillian. Not after this. That's not fair." "Fair?" He almost laughed. "You want to talk about fair? Ask Lillian what's fair." Alice wiped her eyes. "She's going to make this very difficult. Let her try. I mean for us. For our marriage. If you force me to choose, I'm not forcing you to choose anything." Martin's voice stayed calm. "Cold. I'm protecting my daughter. If that feels like choosing, maybe you need to think about why." He moved past her to check on Lillian, adjusting the blanket around her shoulders. When he turned back, Alice was gone, the door clicking shut behind her. The drive home the next morning was silent. Martin loaded their bags before dawn, carrying a still-sleeping Lillian to the truck. Alice came out as he was securing the last bag, her face pale in the early light. "You're really leaving?" "I said we were." "What am I supposed to tell everyone?" "Tell them the truth." He closed the tailgate. "Tell them I don't leave my daughter on roadsides, so I'm taking her somewhere safe." Martin, but he was already getting in the truck. Through the windshield, he saw curtains move in the cabin windows. Faces peering out. "Let them look." Lillian woke up an hour into the drive. She blinked at the passing scenery, then looked at him. "Are we going home?" "Yeah." "What about the rest of the weekend?" "We're done there." She was quiet for a moment. "Is Alice coming home, too?" "Later. She'll come home later." They stopped for breakfast at a diner off the highway. Lillian ordered pancakes, but only ate half. Martin watched her push the food around her plate. "What are you thinking about?" She looked up. "Grandma Norma doesn't like me, does she?" Martin set down his coffee. I think she has a hard time caring about people who aren't useful to her. What does that mean? It means some people only care about you if you make them look good or feel good. And when you don't, they treat you badly. He reached across and took her hand. But that's not real family. Real family doesn't leave you behind. Like you didn't. Like I didn't. Like I never will. She squeezed his hand. Promise? I promise. He held her gaze. No one will ever leave you like that again. Not while I'm here. Her eyes filled with tears, but she was smiling. Okay. They finished breakfast and got back on the road. Lillian fell asleep again, her head against the window, and Martin drove through the afternoon, his mind turning over and over. He kept seeing it. Lillian on that roadside. Norma's face in the rearview mirror. Alice's hand on the door handle, not moving, not stopping it. That night, after Lillian was in bed at home, Alice's car pulled into the driveway. Martin heard her come in, heard her set her keys on the counter. She found him in the living room, sitting in the dark. "We need to talk," she said. "Okay." She sat on the other end of the couch. "My mother called me 6 times on the drive home. She's furious. I don't care. She wants an apology. She's not getting one." "Martin." Alice's voice cracked. "She's my mother. I can't just cut her out. I'm not asking you to cut her out. I'm telling you she doesn't get access to Lillian. That's the same thing." "No, it's not." He looked at her. "You can see her whenever you want. Have lunch, talk on the phone, visit. But she doesn't come here. She doesn't get to be around Lillian. She lost that privilege. She didn't mean to hurt her. She left her on a highway." His voice stayed flat. She knew exactly what she was doing. It was a punishment. For getting sick. For being inconvenient. For existing. Alice started crying. "She's old-fashioned. She doesn't understand. Stop." Martin stood up. "Stop making excuses." She understood perfectly. She wanted to hurt Lillian, and she did. Now she's going to live with the consequences. What consequences? What are you going to do? He looked down at his wife, saw her torn and breaking, and felt nothing. "I'm going to make sure she regrets it." What does that mean? It means exactly what it sounds like. He headed for the stairs. "She's going to regret the day she left my daughter on that road. I'm going to make sure of it." "Martin, you're scaring me." He paused on the stairs. "Good. Maybe you'll actually think about whose side you're on." He went upstairs to check on Lillian. She was sleeping, the blanket kicked off. He pulled it back over her and sat on the edge of her bed for a long time, watching her breathe. His phone buzzed. A text from Alice's sister Lydia. "Is Lillian okay?" He typed back, "She will be done. I'm sorry about what happened. Mom shouldn't have done that." And oh, she shouldn't have done a pause then. "Is Alice okay?" Martin stared at the message. Finally, he typed, "Ask her." He turned off his phone and sat in the dark, making plans. Norma Fairchild thought she could hurt his daughter and walk away. She thought family would protect her. She thought blood mattered more than behavior. She was wrong. And Martin was going to teach her exactly how wrong she was. 3 days after the cabin, Alice's phone rang during dinner. She glanced at the screen and silenced it. "Your mother?" Martin asked. "Yes." 3rd time today. Alice set down her fork. "She wants to talk." "Then talk to her." "She wants to talk to you. To apologize." Martin cut into his steak. "I'm not interested." Across the table, Lillian pushed peas around her plate. She'd been quiet since they got back. Quieter than usual. "Martin." Alice's voice took on that pleading tone. "It's been almost a week. We can't do this forever." "Do what?" "Avoid my family. Refuse to answer calls. Act like nothing happened." "Something did happen." He looked up at her. "Your mother abandoned my daughter on a highway. That happened. And now she's not part of Lillian's life. That's also happening. She's Lillian's grandmother. By marriage, not by behavior." Martin wiped his mouth. "Lillian, you done?" The girl nodded and started to stand, but Martin touched her shoulder. "Actually, wait. I want to ask you something." Alice tensed. "Do you want to see Grandma Norma?" Martin asked. Lillian looked between them, her face uncertain. "Am I supposed to want to?" "There's no supposed to. I'm asking what you want." The girl thought about it. "I don't think I want to." "Okay, then you don't have to." "Lillian," Alice started. "She answered the question," Martin said. "She doesn't want to see her. That's her choice. She's 8. She doesn't get to make that choice." "Yes, she does." Martin stood and started clearing plates. "And I'm backing her up." That night, After Lillian was asleep, Alice tried again. My mother wants to come over Sunday. For dinner. No. Martin, this is my house too. And Lillian lives here. So no, you're being unreasonable. Am I? He turned from the sink. Tell me, Alice, if your mother comes over and says something cruel to Lillian again, are you going to stop her? She won't. Will you stop her? Alice looked away. She's my mother. I can't just tell her what to do. Then she's not welcome here. The phone rang. Alice answered before he could stop her. Mom, hi. No, we were just... I know you want to talk. She glanced at Martin. Sunday might not work. Martin could hear Norma's voice through the phone, sharp and insistent. Alice's face crumpled. I'm not choosing him over you. It's not like that. Her voice dropped. He's very protective of Lillian right now. More talking from Norma's end. Alice nodded, even though her mother couldn't see. I'll try. I'll talk to him. She hung up and looked at Martin. She wants a family dinner. This Sunday. She's inviting everyone. Lydia, Shane, all the kids. She wants to clear the air. No, you didn't even think about it. I don't need to. Martin dried his hands. Your mother doesn't get to act like nothing happened. She doesn't get to smooth this over with pot roast and fake apologies. How do you know they're fake? Because she thinks she didn't do anything wrong. You heard her at the cabin. It was a lesson. She believes that. Alice sat down heavily. So what now? We just never see my family again. You can see them whenever you want, but you won't come. Not if she's there. And Lillian, especially not Lillian. Alice put her face in her hands. This is going to destroy my family. Your mother destroyed it when she left my daughter on that road. Martin's voice stayed calm. I'm just making sure there are consequences. Over the next 2 weeks, Martin kept a detailed record. He'd started it the night they got back from the cabin, and now it filled 3 pages in a small notebook he kept in his truck. June 14th, called Lillian dramatic for crying about being sick. June 15th, told Alice that Martin coddles Lillian too much. June 18th, sent text suggesting Lillian should see a therapist for attention-seeking behavior. June 20th, called the house 4 times. Hung up when Martin answered. June 22nd, showed up at Lillian's school during pickup. Martin arrived first and asked her to leave. She told the principal Martin was keeping her from her granddaughter. He showed the notebook to Alice that night. She read through it, her face getting paler with each entry. You're keeping track. Evidence. Evidence of what? Of a pattern. He tapped the page. If she tries to claim I'm unreasonable or keeping Lillian from her for no reason, I have this. Dates, times, exact words. Everything. Martin, that's kind of scary. Is it? He took the notebook back. Your mother tried to intercept Lillian at school without permission. She's called here 23 times in 2 weeks. She told your sister that I'm poisoning Lillian against the family. Those are her words. Lydia told me. She's upset. She's manipulative. Martin closed the notebook, and she's trying to turn everyone against me so she can get access to Lillian again. But I'm not going to let that happen. Alice stared at him. I don't know you when you're like this. Like what? Cold. Calculating. You're acting like she's an enemy. She is an enemy. He met her eyes. The moment she left Lillian on that road, she became an enemy. And I treat enemies accordingly. That Sunday, the phone rang at noon. Alice answered, listened for a moment, then held it out to Martin. It's Shane. He wants to talk to you. Martin took the phone. Yep. Hey, man. Shane sounded uncomfortable. Look, I know things are weird right now, but Mom's having everyone over today, and she really wants you guys there. Can you just, I don't know, come for an hour? Let everyone see Lillian's okay. Lillian is okay, and she's staying that way by not being around your mother. Martin, come on. She made a mistake. She left an 8-year-old on a highway. That's not a mistake. That's a choice. She feels terrible about it. Good. She should. Silence on the other end. Then, you're really not coming? No. What about Alice? Martin looked at his wife, who was watching from the kitchen doorway. That's up to her. Alice grabbed her purse. Tell them I'll be there in 20 minutes. After she left, Martin made lunch for himself and Lillian. They ate on the back porch, watching birds at the feeder. Where did Alice go? Lillian asked. To see her family. Why didn't we go? Because Grandma Norma will be there. Lillian nodded slowly. Are you and Alice fighting about me? Martin set down his sandwich. We're not fighting about you. We're fighting about how to handle what happened. Is she mad at you? Maybe. A little. He reached over and squeezed her hand. But that's okay. I'd rather have her mad at me than have you hurt again. I don't want you to fight because of me. Hey. He waited until she looked at him. This isn't your fault. None of it. You understand? Adults make their own choices. Your job is just to be a kid. She smiled, small and uncertain. Okay. That evening, Alice came home with red eyes. She went straight to the bedroom without speaking. Martin found her sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at nothing. How was it? Awful. Her voice came out flat. Mom spent the whole time talking about how you're keeping Lillian from her. How you're turning me against my own family. How you've always been controlling. What did everyone else say? Lydia tried to defend you a little. Said you're just being protective. But Mom shut that down fast. Alice wiped her eyes. Shane just stayed quiet. He never goes against Mom. And you? She looked up at him. I told her you were right. That what she did was wrong, and she needs to apologize directly to Lillian. Something loosened in Martin's chest. What did she say? She said she'd do it. But I don't think she means it. I think she's just saying what I want to hear. Probably. Alice stood and moved to the window. She's already working on everyone, painting you as the bad guy. By next week, the whole family will think you're some kind of tyrant. Let them think it. You don't care. Not really. He came to stand beside her. I care about Lillian. That's it. If your family wants to believe your mother's version of events, that's their choice. But they weren't there. They didn't see Lillian standing on that road. I did, Alice whispered. I know, and I didn't stop it. She turned to him. I should have made her pull over and go back. But I just sat there thinking she was right behind us. That would only be a minute. And then it was 5 minutes. And then 10. And I still didn't say anything. Why not? Because I never say anything. She started crying again. I never stand up to her. I never have. She's always been like this, and I just let it happen because it's easier than fighting. Martin pulled her close. It's not too late to start fighting. Yes, it is. She'll never forgive me. Then that's her loss. It's still like that for a long time. Outside, the sun set, painting the room orange and gold. Monday morning, Martin's phone rang while he was loading the truck. Lydia's name on the screen. Hey, Martin, I need to tell you something. She sounded nervous. Mom called me last night. She's not handling this well. I know. Alice told me about yesterday. No, I mean she's really not handling it. She spent an hour on the phone listing every mistake you've ever made. Every time you were late to something. Every holiday you missed for work. She's building a case against you. Martin leaned against the truck. A case for what? I don't know. But she's calling it emotional abuse. The way you're keeping Lillian away from the family. That's rich. I know. I know it's not true. I was there. I saw what happened. Lydia paused. But Martin, she's convincing. She's really good at making people see things her way. By the time she was done talking, even I started to wonder if maybe you were overreacting. But then I remembered Lillian's face when she told us what happened. And I know Mom was wrong. She sighed. I'm just warning you. She's not going to let this go. She's going to keep pushing until something breaks. Let her push. She's already talking about grandparents' rights. About lawyers. Martin went still. Is she serious? I don't know. Maybe? She mentioned it to Shane too. He told me she was looking up custody laws. Custody. Martin tasted the word. She thinks she can get custody of Lillian or visitation. I don't know how it works, but she's looking into it. After he hung up, Martin sat in the truck for 10 minutes, thinking. Then he called his lawyer, left a voicemail. Steve, it's Martin Hensley. I need to talk to you about grandparents' rights in Colorado. Call me back. That afternoon, his phone rang. His lawyer's voice came through calm and professional. So grandparents' rights. What's going on? Martin explained everything. The cabin trip, the roadside, Norma's retaliation, the threat of legal action. Okay, Steve said when he finished. Here's the good news. Grandparents' rights in Colorado are limited. She'd have to prove that denying her access is harmful to Lillian. And given what she did, that's going to be nearly impossible. What's the bad news? She can still file a petition and drag you through court. It'll cost you time and money, even if she loses, so she can harass us legally. Essentially, yes. But Martin, document everything. Every threat, every inappropriate contact, every manipulation. If she does file, you want a paper trail showing why you're keeping distance. Already on it. Good. And one more thing. Start talking to the rest of the family. Get statements from anyone who witnessed what happened or knows her pattern of behavior. If this goes to court, you want people willing to testify. After the call ended, Martin updated his notebook. Then he opened his email and started typing. He wrote to Lydia first that if Norma takes this to court, would you be willing to testify about what happened at the cabin? The reply came fast. Yes. But she'll disown me. That's her choice. Thank you. He sent similar emails to Shane and two of Alice's cousins who'd been at the cabin. Shane's response was non-committal. The cousins didn't respond at all. That evening, Norma called the house again. Martin answered this time. Martin, we need to talk. No, we don't. Yes, we do. This has gone on long enough. I'm willing to apologize to Lillian if that's what it takes. It's too late for that. Don't be ridiculous. It's never too late for family to heal. You're not her family. Martin kept his voice steady. Family doesn't abandon children on highways. You lost that title. I'm her grandmother, by marriage. And that marriage might not last if you keep this up. Silence. Then, are you threatening my daughter's marriage? I'm telling you the truth. Alice is caught between us, and it's tearing her apart. If you actually cared about her, you back off. If I back off, you win. This isn't about winning. But even as he said it, he knew it was. This is about protecting Lillian. From what? From me? I'm her grandmother. You left her on a highway. It was a teaching moment. It was abuse. The word hung in the air between them. And if you come near her again, I'll file a police report. I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what you did. You wouldn't dare. Try me. He hung up. Alice appeared in the doorway, her face pale. You just threatened my mother. She threatened to take us to court. What? Martin showed her Lydia's text. Alice read it twice, then sat down slowly. She's really going to do this, she whispered. She's really going to try to take this to court. Let her. We'll win. That's not the point. Alice's voice cracked. Win or lose, my family will be destroyed. Shane and Lydia will have to pick sides. The cousins, the aunts and uncles, everyone will get dragged into this. Then maybe it's time everyone saw who your mother really is. God, listen to yourself. She stood up. You sound like you want this. Like you want everything to fall apart. I want Lillian safe. If that means your family falling apart, then yes. That's exactly what I want. She's one person, one difficult person. Why can't you just manage her like everyone else does? Because I'm not everyone else. Martin moved closer. I'm Lillian's father. I don't manage people who hurt my kid. I remove them, even if it costs us everything. What's it costing us, Alice? Really? He gestured around. Your mother? Your mother who spent our entire marriage criticizing me, undermining me, treating Lillian like an inconvenience? That's what we're losing? I'll take that trade. Alice shook her head. I can't do this. I can't watch you destroy my family. I'm not destroying anything. She is. You're making it worse. You're escalating. You could have just accepted an apology and moved on, but no. You had to draw a line in the sand. You had to make this a war. She made it a war when she left my daughter on a highway. Martin's voice dropped. I'm just finishing it. 2 weeks later, on a Thursday afternoon, Martin got a call from Lillian's school. The secretary's voice was apologetic. Mr. Hensley, I'm sorry to bother you at work, but there's been a situation. Norma Fairchild came to pick up Lillian today. She said she had permission. Martin's hand tightened on the phone. She doesn't. I know. We checked your file. But she became quite insistent. She's in the office now, and she's refusing to leave until she sees Lillian. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't let her anywhere near my daughter. He made it in 7. When he walked into the office, Norma was sitting in a chair, her purse on her lap, looking perfectly composed. The principal stood nearby, looking uncomfortable. Martin, Norma stood. Good. Maybe you can explain to these people that I'm Lillian's grandmother and I have every right. You have no rights. Martin turned to the principal. This woman is not authorized to pick up my daughter. She's not on the approved list. If she tries this again, call the police. Now wait just a minute. Norma started. No. Martin finally let himself look at her. Really look at her. You abandoned my daughter on a highway. You traumatized her. And now you're trying to access her at school without permission. That's stalking. Stalking. Norma's face flushed. How dare you? I'm her family. You lost that privilege. He turned back to the principal. I want a formal note in the file. Norma Fairchild is not permitted on school grounds. If she shows up again, you call me and the police. This is outrageous, Norma said to the principal. He's alienating a child from her family. This is parental alienation. Grandparental alienation isn't a thing, Martin said. And even if it was, you'd have to be a grandparent first, which requires acting like one. The principal cleared her throat. Mrs. Fairchild, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. If you're not on the approved pickup list, you can't take the child. I'm not leaving until I see her. Then I'm calling the police. The principal reached for the phone. Fine. Norma grabbed her purse. But instead of leaving, she turned to Martin. You're turning my own daughter against me. You're poisoning Alice's mind. And when she finally wakes up and realizes what you are, I'll be there to help her pick up the pieces. What am I? Martin asked quietly. Controlling. Manipulative. An isolator. She stepped closer. I've seen your type before. You find a woman who's vulnerable, who just lost someone, and you swoop in. You pretend to be the hero, but really you're just trapping her. Is that what you tell yourself? It's what everyone sees. Ask anyone in the family. They all know you're the problem. Then why did Lydia agree to testify against you? Norma went still. What? In court, when you file your petition for grandparents' rights, Lydia is going to testify about what happened at the cabin. It was a small exaggeration, but worth it to see Norma's face. She was there. She saw everything. She wouldn't. She already agreed. So did Alice's cousin Emma, the one who was in the car when you left Lillian. You're lying. Ask them. Norma's composure cracked. Just for a second, but Martin saw it. Fear, maybe. Or rage. Hard to tell. This isn't over, she said. Yes, it is. You just don't know it yet. She left. The principal let out a long breath. Mr. Hensley, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Put the note in the file, Martin said, and call me if she comes back. That night, Alice's car wasn't in the driveway when he got home. He texted her, "Where are you?" at my mom's. We need to talk. That he called instead of texting back. Alice answered on the first ring. Did you really threaten to have my mother arrested? She showed up at Lillian's school, trying to take her. She just wanted to see her, without permission, without authorization. Alice, that's not okay. You're making everything worse. Her voice broke. She called me crying. She said you threatened her, that you're turning the whole family against her. Did she mention she tried to take Lillian from school? She said she went to surprise her, to bring her a gift. And when they told her she wasn't allowed, she refused to leave until I got there. Martin kept his voice level. That's not a surprise visit. That's a boundary violation. She's my mother, and she's not acting right. Can't you see that? Silence. Then, I need some space. Space from what? From this. From you and Mom constantly at war. I can't do it anymore. Alice, I'm staying here tonight. At Mom's. She paused. Maybe a few nights. I don't know. The line went dead. Martin stood in the kitchen, phone in hand, and looked around the empty house. Then he went upstairs to Lillian's room. She was at her desk, doing homework. Hey, Bug. She looked up. Hey, where's Alice? She's staying at her mom's for a couple days. Lillian's face fell. Because of me? No, because of a lot of things that have nothing to do with you. He sat on her bed. But I need to tell you something. Your grandma came to your school today. She did. Yeah. The school called me because she wasn't on the approved list. She wanted to pick you up. What did you do? I told them she's not allowed to. And I made sure they know not to let her near you. He looked at her. How does that make you feel? Lillian thought about it. Okay, I guess. I don't really want to see her anyway. That's fine. You don't have to. Is she mad at you? Very. Is Alice mad at you too? Yeah, she is. Lillian put down her pencil. I'm sorry. Don't be. This isn't your fault. He moved to sit beside her. Adults have complicated relationships. Sometimes we disagree on how to handle things. But that's our problem to solve, not yours. Do you still love Alice? The question caught him off guard. Yeah, I do. Does she still love you? I hope so. Then you'll figure it out. Lillian smiled, small and certain. That's what you always say when I'm worried about something. That we'll figure it out. Martin pulled her into a hug. You're pretty smart. You know that? I know. They ordered pizza for dinner and watched a movie. Martin checked his phone periodically, but Alice didn't call or text. Neither did Norma. But around 10, after Lillian was asleep, his phone buzzed. Lydia, Mom just called. She's furious. Says you humiliated her at the school, that I protected my daughter. That's all that I know. But she's in full war mode now. She's calling everyone in the family, telling them you're dangerous. Let her. Martin, she's really good at this. By tomorrow, half the family will think you're abusing Alice. Are you one of them? A long pause. Then no. I know what she did. But I'm probably the only one. What about Shane? He doesn't want to get involved. You know how he is. Martin didn't know. Shane never took sides. Never rocked the boat. It was how he'd survived Norma's parenting. Thanks for the warning, be careful. She's not going to stop. Neither am I. He turned off his phone and sat in the dark living room, thinking. Norma was escalating. Alice was wavering. The family was turning. But Martin wasn't worried, because he'd been preparing for this. For weeks now, he'd been documenting, planning, building his case. He had dates, times, witnesses. He had Lillian's testimony. He had the school's incident report from today. And he had something else. Something he'd been holding back. That he opened his laptop and pulled up a folder labeled evidence. Inside were screenshots. Text messages from Norma to Alice, sent over the past 3 years. Messages Martin had found on Alice's phone months ago, back when things were good between them. That girl is too needy. Why does Martin let her get away with everything? She'd be better off with a stricter parent. If Alice had married someone else, she wouldn't be saddled with someone else's kid. There were dozens more. Years of subtle poison dripped into Alice's ear whenever Norma thought she could get away with it. Martin had screenshotted them all, saved them, waited. Now, finally, he had a use for them. He created a new email and attached the screenshots. Added a subject line, who Norma really is. Then he started adding recipients. Lydia, Shane, Alice's cousins, her aunts and uncles, everyone in the family who'd been at that cabin. His finger hovered over send. Not yet, not quite yet, but soon. Alice came home 3 days later, her eyes red and her shoulders sagging. She dropped her bag by the door and looked at Martin like she didn't know him. We need to talk. Okay. They sat at the kitchen table, the same table where they'd had so many meals, so many conversations. Now it felt like a negotiating table. A war room. My mother wants family therapy, Alice said. Her, me, you, and Lillian. She thinks if we sit down with a professional, we can work through this. No, you didn't even think about it. I don't need to. Therapy requires everyone to be acting in good faith. Your mother isn't. How do you know? Because she showed up at Lillian's school 3 days ago, trying to take her without permission. That's not someone who wants to heal. That's someone who wants control. Alice rubbed her face. She said she was just trying to connect. That you've completely frozen her out and she's desperate. Did she mention refusing to leave when the school told her no? Silence. Did she mention that I had to come down there and threaten to call the police before she'd go? She said you threatened her. That you were aggressive. I was firm. There's a difference. Martin leaned forward. Alice, she's lying to you. She's been lying to you for years. And you keep believing her because she's your mother. But at some point, you have to see who she really is. Who is she, Martin? Tell me, since you seem to have it all figured out. He stood and got his laptop. Opened the email he drafted but not sent. Turned the screen to face her. Read these. Alice's eyes scanned the first message, then the second, then the third. Her face went from confused to hurt to horrified. Where did you get these? Your phone. Months ago. You left it on the counter and it was unlocked. I saw a text from your mom and I got curious. You went through my phone. Yes. That's a violation of privacy. So is abandoning a child on a highway, but we're past worrying about etiquette. He gestured at the screen. Keep reading. She did. All of them. When she finished, she sat back, her face pale. She really thinks that about Lillian? For years. And she's been feeding it to you little by little. Trying to turn you against both of us. I never. Alice swallowed. I never agreed with her. I always defended Lillian. I know. That's why we're still married. Martin closed the laptop. But she's been working on you. And it was working. What do you mean? 3 months ago, You told me maybe Lillian needed stricter discipline. Remember? After she stayed up late, reading instead of sleeping. You said maybe your mom had a point about structure. Alice's eyes widened. That was just her words, coming out of your mouth. That's how she operates. She plants seeds and waits for them to grow. Oh my God. And now she's doing it with the whole family, turning them against me, making me the villain. Because if she can isolate us from everyone else, we have no support, no witnesses, no one to contradict her version of events. Alice stood and walked to the window. She stood there for a long time, looking out at nothing. What are you going to do with those messages? She finally asked. That depends. On what? On whether you're with me or against me. She turned. That's not fair. Fair doesn't matter anymore. We're past fair. I need to know if you're going to support me protecting Lillian, or if you're going to keep trying to make peace with someone who doesn't want peace. She's my mother. I know. And I'm sorry. I really am. Martin moved to stand beside her. But she's toxic. She's manipulative. And she's not going to stop until she destroys us. So I need to know, are you with me? Alice closed her eyes. If you send those emails, she'll never forgive me. If I don't send them, she'll keep lying about us to everyone. And eventually, people will believe her. There has to be another way. There isn't. I've been patient. I've been restrained. I've given her chance after chance to back off. She won't. He paused. So now I'm going to show everyone who she really is. And they can make their own choices about whether to believe her or not. When? Soon. There's a family reunion next month. Your aunt's house. Everyone will be there. You're going to ambush her. I'm going to tell the truth. There's a difference. Alice sat back down at the table, her head in her hands. This is going to rip the family apart. It's already ripped apart. We're just making it visible. She looked up at him. You've changed. Have I? You used to be kind, gentle. You never wanted conflict. I'm still all those things. Just not with people who hurt my daughter. He crouched beside her chair. Alice, I love you. But I love Lillian more. That's just the truth. If I have to choose between keeping your family happy and keeping her safe, I'll choose her every time. I know. Tears ran down her face. And that's what makes this so hard. Because you're right. But she's my mother. And no matter what she's done, part of me still loves her. Then love her from a distance. Love her with boundaries. But don't expect me to expose Lillian to her again. Alice nodded slowly. Okay. She wiped her eyes. Do what you need to do. Send the emails. Tell everyone at the reunion. I won't stop you. Will you support me? She took a long breath. Yes, I'll support you. Martin pulled her into his arms. She clung to him, shaking. I'm scared, she whispered. I know. Me too. What if everyone sides with her? Then we'll deal with it. Together. She pulled back to look at him. Promise? Promise. That night, Martin made a few phone calls. First to Lydia. Are you still willing to testify? If it comes to that, testify about what? What happened at the cabin? What Norma's really like? All of it. A long pause. Martin, if I do that, she'll cut me off. She'll tell everyone I'm a traitor. I know, and I'm sorry, but I need people who'll tell the truth. Why now? What's changed? Alice is on board, and I'm ready to stop letting Norma control the narrative. Another pause. Then, okay, yes, I'll testify, or speak up, whatever you need. Thank you. But Martin, be ready. Mom doesn't lose. She never has. She'll fight dirty. So will I. Next, he called Shane. The conversation went differently. I don't want to be involved, Shane said immediately. You already are involved. You were at the cabin. I didn't see everything. I don't know what really happened. Yes, you do. You were there when Lillian told everyone. You heard her. Kids exaggerate. Shane. Martin kept his voice level. I found her on the side of a highway. Alone. Crying. That's not an exaggeration. Look, man, I'm sorry that happened. But Mom's old. She makes mistakes. Can't we just move on? No, we can't. Then I can't help you. I have to work with her. Live near her. I can't afford to be on her bad side. What about Lillian's side? Lillian's a kid. She'll be fine. Martin hung up without saying goodbye. Finally, he called Alice's cousin Emma, the teenager who'd been in the car that day. I need you to tell me exactly what happened. In detail. Emma's voice shook. I already told my parents. They said not to get involved. I know. But Emma, Lillian was 8 years old. and your grandmother left her on a highway. That's not okay. I know it's not. I wanted to say something, but everyone kept telling me to stay out of it. You don't have to stay out of it. You can tell the truth. Well, I have to talk to police. Maybe, if Norma tries to file for custody or visitation. But mostly, I just need people to remember what really happened, because she's trying to rewrite it. She is. She told everyone at Sunday dinner that you took Lillian and drove off before she could apologize. She made it sound like you kidnapped her. Martin's jaw tightened. Will you correct that story? If I need you to... Yes, I will. What she did was wrong, and I'm sorry I didn't say something sooner. You were just a kid yourself. But thank you. After the calls, Martin sat in his office and updated his notebook. 3 witnesses willing to speak, 1 refusing, and a whole family about to be forced to choose sides. Thought he looked at the email draft again, the one with all of Norma's text messages. His finger hovered over send. Not yet. Save it for the reunion. Maximum impact. He closed the laptop and went to check on Lillian. She was reading in bed, a flashlight under the covers, even though she was allowed to have a lamp on. Caught you, he said. She giggled and turned on the lamp. Sorry, what are you reading? It's about a girl who finds out she's a wizard. It's really good. Martin sat on the edge of her bed. How are you doing? Really? She marked her place with a finger. Okay, I guess. Is Alice back? Yeah, she's home. Is she still mad? A little, but we're working on it. Because of Grandma. Yeah. Lillian thought about this. Do you think Alice will pick her side? No. I think Alice is going to pick our side. But it's hard for her. Norma's her mom. I know. That's confusing. Very confusing. He smoothed her hair back. But here's what I want you to remember. No matter what happens with the adults, you're safe. You're loved. And nobody gets to hurt you. Okay. She smiled at him. I'm glad you're my dad. I'm glad you're my daughter. He kissed her forehead and turned off the light. The reunion was at Alice's aunt's house, a big property with a sprawling backyard and enough space for the whole family. Martin pulled up and saw cars already lining the driveway. Through the windows, he could see people moving around inside. Do we have to go? Lillian asked from the back seat. Not if you don't want to. Will Grandma and Norma be there? Yes. Then I don't want to go. Alice turned in her seat. Sweetie, I know this is hard, but your dad has something he needs to say to everyone, and it might help if you're there. What? Martin met her eyes in the rearview mirror. Because you're the one this is all about, and people need to hear from you what really happened. Do I have to talk? Only if you want to. But if you do want to, I'll be right there with you. Lillian thought about it, then nodded. Okay, I'll go. They walked in together, Martin's hand on Lillian's shoulder, Alice beside them. The noise hit them first. Voices, laughter, kids running. Then the smells, grilled food, flowers, someone's perfume. Norma stood in the kitchen holding court. Several women gathered around her. She saw them come in, and her face went tight. But she kept talking, kept smiling. There they are, someone said. Lydia, coming over with a hug for Alice. I was wondering when you'd show up. We're not late, Martin said. No, but Mom's been asking. Lydia lowered her voice. She's in a mood. I bet. They moved through the crowd, Martin keeping Lillian close. People said hello, asked how they were, complimented Lillian's dress. All surface-level pleasantries. But Martin felt the undercurrent. Everyone knew something was wrong. They just didn't know what yet. Dinner was served outside, burgers and hot dogs, potato salad, corn on the cob. Martin made a plate for Lillian and sat with her at a kid's table, away from the adults. Alice sat with her sister, but she kept glancing over at him. He waited until everyone had eaten, until people were relaxed, full, happy, until kids were playing tag in the backyard and adults were lounging in chairs with drinks. Then he stood up. Can I have everyone's attention? The yard went quiet. Faces turned toward him. Norma, sitting in a lawn chair with a glass of wine, narrowed her eyes. Martin, this isn't the time. I think it is. He kept his voice calm, friendly, even. I've been wanting to talk to everyone for a while now. About what happened at the cabin a few weeks ago. Oh, for crying out loud. Norma set down her glass. This again? Yes, this again. Martin looked around at the gathered family. Because I think there's been some confusion about what actually happened. And I'd like to clear it up. Shane stood. Martin, maybe we should do this privately, you know? Privately is how Norma controls the story. Publicly is how we get the truth. He He turned to Lillian, who was watching from the kids' table. "Lillian, can you come here, please?" She came, her steps small and hesitant. Martin put his hand on her shoulder. "Lillian, I want you to tell everyone what happened on the way to the cabin. When you got carsick." Her voice came out quiet at first. "I threw up in the car. It was an accident. I couldn't help it. And then what happened? Grandma got mad. She pulled over and made me get out. And where did she go? She drove away. She left me on the road by myself." The yard was dead silent. Martin looked at Norma. "Is that accurate?" "That is a gross oversimplification," Norma started. "Is it accurate?" Martin's voice cut through. Did you not make her get out of the car and drive away?" Norma's face flushed. It was a teaching moment. She needed to learn. She's 8 years old. 8. Martin looked around at everyone. Norma left her on the side of a mountain highway, alone, for 20 minutes, while semi-trucks went by at 70 miles an hour. "That's not what happened," Norma said, but her voice wavered. "That's exactly what happened. I found her there, crying, scared, not knowing if anyone was coming back." He paused, and when I confronted Norma about it at the cabin, you know what she said? That was a lesson. That Lillian needed to learn she couldn't just get attention whenever she wanted. She was exaggerating. Norma stood now, her wine glass forgotten. Children exaggerate. They make things sound worse than they are. "Emma." Martin looked at Alice's teenage cousin. "You were in the car. What happened?" Emma's face went pale. She looked at her parents, then at Norma, then at Martin. She threw up, and Grandma made her get out. And then we drove away. For how long? I don't know. It felt like forever. We got to a gas station, and Aunt Alice tried to make Grandma go back, but she wouldn't. She said Lillian's dad would find her. "And did Norma ever apologize?" Martin asked. Emma shook her head, but Norma's composure cracked. "You're turning them against me. You're putting words in their mouths. I'm letting them tell the truth. There's a difference." Martin pulled out his phone. "And since we're telling the truth, I think everyone should see this." He opened the email he drafted and held up his phone. These are text messages from Norma to Alice. Messages about Lillian. Messages she's been sending for 3 years. He started reading them aloud. The comments about Lillian being needy. The suggestions that she needed stricter discipline. The implications that Martin was a bad parent for being so gentle with her. "Stop." Norma's voice cracked. "Those were private, but they're true, aren't they?" Martin looked at her. "This is what you really think of my daughter. This is how you've been talking about her behind our backs." Lydia stood up slowly. "Mom, is that true? Did you really write those things?" They were taken out of context. "There's no context that makes she'd be better off with a stricter parent, okay," Lydia said. "She's 8. Shane looked uncomfortable. "Look, maybe we should all just calm down." "No." Alice stood up now. Her voice shook, but it was clear. "No more calming down. No more smoothing things over. Martin's right. Mom, you left his daughter on a highway. Our daughter. And you never apologized. You just kept pretending it was okay. Alice, you can't be serious. I'm completely serious. I should have stopped you that day. I should have made you go back. But I didn't because I never stand up to you. None of us do. We just let you say whatever you want and do whatever you want because it's easier than fighting. I raised you better than this." "No, you raised me to be afraid of you." Alice's voice broke. "And I'm done being afraid." Norma looked around the yard. At her children, who wouldn't meet her eyes. At her grandchildren, who were watching with wide eyes. At the extended family, who were shifting uncomfortably. "You're all going to believe him," she said. "Over me? Your own family. You left a child on a highway," Lydia said quietly. "What else is there to believe? It was a mistake. I made mistakes. Haven't you?" "Not like that," Lydia said. "Never like that." Shane stood up. "Mom, maybe you should go." "What? This isn't going to get better." "Not today." He looked at Martin. "I'm sorry. I should have said something sooner. What you did was wrong, Mom, and I should have told you that." Norma's face went through several expressions: shock, hurt, rage. Then it settled on something cold and hard. "Fine." She grabbed her purse. "But when you all realize what he is, what he's done to this family, don't come crying to me." "We won't," Martin said quietly. She looked at him, really looked at him. And for the first time, Martin saw fear there. "You're cruel," she said. "No, I'm protective. There's a difference. She walked to her car without looking back. Everyone watched her go. The engine started. Gravel crunched. Then she was gone. The yard stayed silent for a long moment. Then Lillian looked up at Martin. Is it over? Yeah, Bug. It's over. 3 days later, the call started. First Lydia, then Shane, then various cousins and aunts. All saying the same thing. Norma was alone. She'd refused calls, refused visits, stayed in her house with the curtains drawn. Should I go check on her? Lydia asked. That's up to you, Martin said. Do you think she's okay? I think she's facing consequences for the first time in her life. I imagine that's uncomfortable. Martin, she's my mother. I can't just abandon her. I'm not asking you to abandon her. I'm asking you to maintain boundaries. If she's ready to apologize and actually change, then talk to her. But if she's just going to blame everyone else and play victim, then no. Don't reward that. Lydia was quiet for a moment. You're right. I'll wait until she's ready to talk like an adult. The week after the reunion, Martin got a call from an unknown number. He answered cautiously. Mr. Hensley, this is Dr. Patricia Reeves. I'm a therapist. Norma Fairchild came to see me this week. Martin tensed. Okay, she told me about the situation with your daughter, and she gave me permission to call you. The therapist paused. She's struggling. She doesn't understand why her family has turned on her. Did she mention leaving my 8-year-old daughter on a highway? She characterized it as a brief teaching moment that you've blown out of proportion. And she's not struggling with what she did. She's struggling with the consequences. That's a fair assessment. The therapist sounded tired. Mr. Hensley, I can't force her to see reality, but I wanted to reach out and tell you that you're not crazy. What she did was serious, and your response has been reasonable. Thank you. I also wanted to warn you. She's talking about escalating, legal action, custody petitions. She's convinced that if she can just get a judge to see her side, everything will go back to normal. Let her try. You sound confident. I am. I have documentation, witnesses, and the truth. That may not be enough. The legal system can be unpredictable. Then we'll deal with it. Martin paused. Is there anything else? Just be prepared. She's not going to give up easily. But Norma didn't file any petitions. She didn't call lawyers or make threats. Instead, she did something Martin hadn't expected. She disappeared. Not literally. She was still in her house, still existing. But she stopped calling, stopped showing up, stopped trying to manipulate everyone. According to Lydia, she'd gone completely silent. Wouldn't answer the door, wouldn't return calls, just stayed in her house alone. Should I be worried? Lydia asked Martin a month after the reunion. About what? About her mental health. This isn't like her. Maybe isolation is what she needs. Time to actually think about what she did. Or maybe she's getting worse. Martin didn't have an answer for that. Part of him didn't care. Norma had spent decades manipulating people, controlling them, hurting them. If she was finally facing the emptiness of a life built on cruelty that seemed fair, but Alice worried. What if she does something to herself? She asked one night. She won't, Martin said. How do you know? Because that would mean admitting defeat, and she's not ready to do that yet. He was right. 2 months after the reunion, Norma emerged. But she didn't apologize, didn't reach out to try to heal things. Instead, she sold her house and moved 3 hours away to be near her sister. She's really leaving? Alice said when Lydia called with the news. Yeah, she said she can't stay somewhere where everyone is turned against her. So she's running away. I guess so. Martin felt something loosen in his chest. Norma was gone. Physically, permanently gone. No more surprise visits. No more manipulation. No more danger to Lillian. How do you feel? Alice asked that night. Relieved. Do you feel guilty at all? He thought about it. No. She made her choices. I made mine. She chose to hurt Lillian. I chose to protect her. If that led to this, then that's on her. She's going to be alone. Her sister is old and sick. She won't have anyone. She had people. She drove them away. Alice leaned against him. I can't believe it's actually over. It is. Do you think she'll ever apologize? No. People like her don't apologize. They just find new people to control. That's sad. Maybe. But it's her choice. That weekend, they took Lillian to the park. She ran ahead to the playground, her laughter carrying back to them. She seems happier, Alice said. She is. She's not constantly worried about running into Norma or making her mad. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. How much my mom was hurting her. You see it now. That's what matters. They watched Lillian swing higher and higher, her face tilted toward the sun. Martin, Alice took his hand. Yeah, thank you for protecting her, even when I wasn't. He squeezed her hand. That's what I'm here for. 6 months later, Martin got a letter. It was from Norma, postmarked from her new town 3 hours away. He almost threw it away without opening it. But curiosity won. The letter was short. Martin, I've had time to think. I still believe I did nothing wrong, but I understand that you disagree. I'm writing to ask if there's any way forward. Any possibility of seeing Lillian again, that I'm her grandmother. I deserve a relationship with her. Norma. Martin read it twice. Then he wrote back, Norma, you left my daughter on highway. You traumatized her. You never apologized. You tried to manipulate the family into taking your side. You attempted to access her at school without permission. You don't deserve a relationship with her. You had one, and you destroyed it. The answer is no. It will always be no. Don't write again. Martin, he mailed it that afternoon. And when Alice asked what it said, he told her the truth. Good, she said, and she meant it. Years later, Lillian would ask about her grandmother, where she was, why they didn't see her. And Martin would tell her the truth, that Norma had made a choice to hurt her, and Martin had made a choice to protect her. That sometimes love meant setting hard boundaries. That family wasn't just blood, it was behavior, and Lillian would understand. Because she'd lived it. Because Martin had shown her, from that day on the roadside forward, that she was worth protecting. That she mattered more than keeping peace. That real family didn't leave you behind. Norma spent her final years alone, exactly as Martin had promised. Her children visited occasionally, but the distance, both physical and emotional, was too great to bridge. She'd built her life on control and manipulation, and when those tools stopped working, she had nothing left. Martin had one. Not through courts or violence, not through dramatic confrontations, but through patience, documentation, and the simple act of turning Norma's own family against her with truth. She'd left his child on a road, so he'd made sure she'd walk the rest of her road alone. T was justice, clean and complete, and Martin never forgave, never wavered, never once regretted the choice he'd made on that mountain highway when he'd found his daughter crying and alone. He'd made her a promise that day. No one would ever leave her like that again, and he'd kept it. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Andrew Merrick stepped into his living room and dropped his work bag on the couch. The house smelled like the microwave pizza he'd heated up for dinner, and he could hear Alice's cartoons playing from the TV in the den. Thursday nights were always like this, picking up Alice from after-school care, rushing home, throwing together something that passed for a meal. He worked in social services, spending his days helping families navigate custody battles and welfare applications, and the irony wasn't lost on him that he barely had time for his own daughter. Dad! Alice's voice rang out from upstairs. Dad, come quick! Andrew's chest tightened. That tone meant something was wrong. He took the stairs 2 at a time, his sneakers thudding against the worn carpet. Alice stood in the hallway outside the bathroom, her brown eyes wide, one hand gripping the doorframe. What's wrong? Andrew scanned her quickly. No blood. No tears. Are you hurt? It's not me. Alice pointed into the bathroom. It's Nancy. Andrew's stomach dropped. His knees sat on the closed toilet lid, her shoulders hunched, her dark hair falling across her face. She held her phone in both hands, and even from the doorway, Andrew could see her fingers trembling. He knelt down beside her, keeping his voice soft. Nancy? What's going on? The 12-year-old didn't look up. Her breathing came in short, quick bursts. Show him, Alice said. She'd moved closer, standing right behind Andrew. Show him what you showed me. Nancy's hands shook harder. She thrust the phone toward Andrew without raising her head. Andrew took it. The screen showed a photo gallery, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Bruises, purple and yellow marks on pale skin, an arm, a shoulder, the side of a rib cage. He swiped. More photos. A screenshot of text messages. The words blurred, but he could make out enough. You're worthless. You ruin everything. I wish you'd never been born. He swiped again. A notes app filled with typed text that looked like a draft of something Nancy had written but never sent. The words swam before his eyes. She hits me when she's angry. She tells me I'm stupid. She locks me in my room. I'm scared all the time. Nancy. Andrew set the phone down on the sink counter. His hands had started shaking too, but he forced them steady. Who did this to you? The girl's voice came out as a whisper. She hits me. She always does. Andrew didn't need to ask who. He already knew. Lydia, his sister, Nancy's mother. When did this happen? He kept his voice level, the same tone he used at work when interviewing frightened children. Can you tell me? Nancy finally looked up. Her eyes were red, tears tracking down her cheeks. Yesterday, the day before, last week. It's always happening. Alice moved to stand beside Nancy, putting her small hand on her cousin's shoulder. She told me her mom gets really mean sometimes. Andrew stood up. His mind shifted into work mode, the same systematic thinking he applied to case files. Document everything. Get the authorities involved. Protect the child. He pulled his own phone from his pocket. Nancy, I need you to stay right here, okay? Alice, honey, stay with her. He looked at his daughter. Can you do that for me? Alice nodded, her face serious. Andrew stepped into the hallway and dialed 911. The operator answered on the second ring. I need to report child abuse, Andrew said. His voice came out steady, professional. My niece has been physically and emotionally abused by her mother. She has photographic evidence, and she's here with me now. The operator asked for his address, asked if the child was in immediate danger, asked if the abuser was present. Andrew answered each question, his mind racing ahead to what would happen next. The police would come. They'd interview Nancy. They'd contact Child Protective Services. Lydia would find out. The thought of his sister sent a cold rush through his chest. Not fear. He'd stopped being afraid of Lydia years ago. But he knew how she operated, how she'd twist the situation, play the victim, turn people against him. She'd been doing it their entire lives. He ended the call and went back into the bathroom. Nancy still sat on the toilet, Alice beside her. The 12-year-old looked up at him with hollow eyes. Are you going to call my mom? The police are coming, Andrew said. He sat down on the edge of the bathtub. They're going to help you. You're safe here. She's going to be so mad. Nancy's voice cracked. She's going to kill me. No, she's not. Andrew leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. She's never going to hurt you again. I promise you that. Nancy shook her head. You don't understand. She always gets away with it. She tells everyone I'm lying, that I'm dramatic, that I make things up for attention. Andrew recognized the pattern. Gaslighting, manipulation, the same tactics Lydia had used on him when they were kids, the same way she turned their parents against him time and time again. He'd been called sensitive, overreactive, a troublemaker, and Lydia had been perfect, smart, successful, charming. Their parents had believed every word she said. I know, Andrew said quietly. I know exactly what she does. But this time is different. This time there's proof. The doorbell rang downstairs. Andrew stood up. That's the police. Stay here with Alice. He went down to answer the door. Two officers stood on his front porch, a man and a woman, both in their 30s. The woman had kind eyes. The man looked tired. Mr. Merrick? The woman asked. That's me. Andrew stepped back to let them in. My niece is upstairs. She has evidence on her phone. They followed him up. Nancy hadn't moved. When she saw the uniforms, her face went white. Hi there, the female officer said. She crouched down in front of Nancy, keeping her distance. I'm Officer Davis. This is Officer Wilson. Your uncle called because he's worried about you. Is it okay if we talk? Nancy looked at Andrew. He nodded. Okay, Nancy whispered. Officer Davis asked gentle questions. How long had this been happening? Where did it happen? What did her mother do? Nancy answered in halting sentences, her voice barely audible. She showed them the photos on her phone. Officer Wilson took notes, his expression growing darker with each answer. We're going to need to take you to the hospital, Officer Davis said, just to have a doctor look at you and document your injuries. Is that all right? Nancy's eyes went wide. I don't want to go to the hospital. I know. Officer Davis's voice stayed gentle. But we need to make sure you're okay. Your uncle can come with you. Andrew put his hand on Nancy's shoulder. I'll be right there the whole time. The next few hours blur together. The hospital, fluorescent lights, a doctor who spoke in a calm, clinical voice as she examined Nancy's bruises, a social worker who asked more questions, filling out forms on a tablet. Andrew sat in a plastic chair and watched, his jaw tight. Alice stayed with his neighbor, Mrs. Chun. Andrew had called her from the car, asking if she could watch his daughter for a few hours. She'd agreed immediately, no questions asked. By the time they left the hospital, it was past midnight. Nancy sat in the back seat of Andrew's car, staring out the window. She hadn't spoken since they'd left the examination room. You're going to stay with us tonight? Andrew said. The social worker is working on temporary placement. But for now, you're safe. Nancy didn't respond. I could tea home. Andrew set Nancy up in the guest room. He found clean pajamas that had belonged to Alice when she was smaller, gave Nancy a new toothbrush, showed her where the towels were. Nancy moved through the motions like a robot. Try to get some sleep, Andrew said from the doorway. If you need anything, I'm right down the hall. He closed the door and leaned against it, exhaustion crashing over him. But his mind wouldn't stop. He kept seeing those photos, those text messages, Nancy's hollow eyes, and underneath it all, a cold, hard anger at Lydia, his sister, the woman who'd made his childhood miserable, who'd turned their parents against him, who'd always gotten away with everything. Now she'd hurt her own daughter. Andrew pushed away from the door and went to his bedroom. He didn't sleep. He lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, and thought about every time Lydia had manipulated their family. Every time she'd lied and been believed. Every time she'd hurt someone and walked away clean. Not this time, he thought. This time I'm not letting it go. The sun came up. Andrew made coffee and scrambled eggs. Alice came downstairs first, her hair messy, still in her pajamas. Is Nancy okay? She asked. She's going to be, Andrew said. He handed Alice a plate. She needs to sleep. Can she stay with us? For now. Good. Alice took a bite of eggs. I don't like Aunt Lydia. She's mean. Andrew had never spoken badly about his sister in front of Alice. He'd kept family drama away from her, the same way he tried to shield her from the uglier parts of his job. But Alice was observant. She'd picked up on things. Eat your breakfast was all Andrew said. Nancy appeared around 9. She looked smaller in the borrowed pajamas, her hair tangled, dark circles under her eyes. Andrew made her sit down and eat, though she barely touched the food. His phone rang. The screen showed a number he didn't recognize. Hello, Mr. Merrick. This is Jennifer Park from Child Protective Services. The woman's voice was professional, crisp. I wanted to update you on Nancy Vance's case. We've opened an investigation, and Nancy has been placed in protective custody temporarily. Given the evidence and her statement, we're recommending she not return to her mother's home. Good, Andrew said. What happens next? There will be a hearing to determine placement. You mentioned you're willing to take her. Yes. We'll need to do a home study and background check. But given your work in social services and the current situation, I don't anticipate issues. For now, Nancy can stay with you under emergency placement. Andrew looked over at his niece, who sat hunched at the kitchen table, pushing eggs around her plate with a fork. Thank you, he said. After he hung up, he sat down across from Nancy. You're going to stay here, he told her. At least for a while. Is that okay? Nancy looked up at him. For the first time since yesterday, something other than fear crossed her face. Relief, maybe. Or hope. Really? What about my mom? She's going to have to answer for what she did. Nancy's expression shuddered again. She won't. She never does. She will this time. Andrew's phone rang again. This time, he recognized the number. His father. He stepped into the living room to answer. Andrew. His father's voice came through sharp and clipped. What the hell is going on? Lydia called me. She said the police took Nancy. She said you reported her for abuse. Because she was abusing Nancy, Andrew said flatly. I saw the evidence. Lydia says you're overreacting. That Nancy exaggerates. That teenage girls are dramatic. The same old pattern. Lydia lying, their father believing her. Andrew's jaw tightened. Nancy's 12, not a teenager. And she has photos of bruises. Screenshots of messages. Medical documentation from the hospital. This isn't drama. It's abuse. You're tearing this family apart, his father said. You always do this. You always cause problems. Something hot and sharp twisted in Andrew's chest. I'm protecting a child who's been hurt. If that tears the family apart, then maybe it should be torn apart. Lydia is your sister, and Nancy is my niece. A kid who's been hit and called worthless and told she ruins everything. I'm not going to stand by and let that keep happening. You don't know what you're talking about, his father snapped. You weren't there. You don't know what Lydia deals with. Raising a child alone is hard. That's not an excuse to abuse her. I'm not having this conversation. You need to fix this. You need to tell the police you made a mistake. I'm not doing that. Andrew, I'm done. Andrew's voice came out hard. If you want to enable Lydia, that's your choice. But I'm not going to be part of it. He hung up. His hand shook. He realized Alice and Nancy were both standing in the kitchen doorway, watching him. That was Grandpa, Alice said. It wasn't a question. Yeah. Is he mad at you? Yeah. Nancy's face had gone pale again. Maybe I should just go back. Maybe it would be easier. Andrew crossed the room and crouched down in front of her. Listen to me. What happened to you is wrong. It was not your fault, and you're not going back there. I don't care what my father says. I don't care what anyone says. You're safe here, and you're going to stay safe. Tears welled up in Nancy's eyes. Everyone's going to hate you because of me. Then they're not worth keeping around, Andrew said simply. The rest of Friday passed in a strange, suspended state. Andrew called into work, explaining the situation to his supervisor. She gave him the rest of the week off without question. He made lunch. He let the girls watch TV. He tried to make things feel normal, even though nothing was normal. His phone kept buzzing. Text messages from family members. His cousin Julie, what's going on with Lydia? His Aunt Patricia, your father is very upset. His Uncle Robert, you need to stay out of this. Andrew didn't respond to any of them. That evening, around 6 o'clock, a car pulled into his driveway. Andrew looked out the front window and his stomach dropped. Lydia's silver sedan. Stay upstairs, he told the girls. Both of you, don't come down. Alice grabbed Nancy's hand and pulled her toward the stairs. Andrew waited until he heard the guest room door close. Then he went to open the front door before Lydia could ring the bell. His sister stood on the porch. At 37, Lydia looked polished even now. Her auburn hair pulled back in a bun, makeup carefully applied, wearing slacks and a blouse like she'd just come from the office. She probably had. Lydia worked in corporate law, spent 60 hours a week at a firm downtown. She projected success, control, competence. Where's my daughter? Lydia demanded. Not here, Andrew said. It wasn't technically a lie. Nancy was upstairs, not here on the porch. Don't play games with me. Lydia's voice went sharp. The police said she's in your custody. I want her back. That's not going to happen. Lydia's expression hardened. You have no right to keep her from me. I'm her mother. A mother who hits her, Andrew said evenly. Who calls her worthless? Who terrorizes her? That's ridiculous. Nancy is a difficult child. She lies. She exaggerates. She's always trying to get attention. The gaslighting came so smoothly, so automatically. Andrew had heard these same deflections his entire childhood. He'd been called a liar too, an exaggerator. Difficult. I saw the evidence, Andrew said. Photos of bruises. Messages you sent her. A medical report documenting injuries. Those bruises were from soccer. The messages were taken out of context. This is all a misunderstanding. No, it's not. Lydia took a step closer. Her voice dropped, taking on that syrupy, persuasive tone she used when she wanted something. Andrew, you're making a mistake. You don't understand what it's like raising a preteen girl alone. They're manipulative. They push boundaries. Sometimes discipline is necessary. Discipline isn't beating your kid. I never beat her. Lydia's facade cracked for just a second, anger flashing across her face. You're twisting everything. You always do this. You've always been jealous of me, and now you're trying to ruin my life. This isn't about you, Andrew said. It's about Nancy. You've turned her against me. Lydia's voice rose. You filled her head with lies. You've made her think I'm some kind of monster. I didn't have to. You did that yourself. Lydia's face flushed red. You self-righteous bastard. You think you're so much better than everyone else. You've always thought that. Ever since we were kids, acting like you were the victim, like mom and dad were so unfair to you. You were just weak. You still are. Andrew felt nothing. No hurt. No anger. Just a cold, hard certainty. You need to leave my property. I'm not leaving without my daughter. Then I'm calling the police. They stared at each other. Lydia's chest rose and fell rapidly. Her hands clenched into fists. Andrew kept his expression neutral, his posture relaxed. He'd dealt with angry parents before in his job. He knew how to stay calm. Finally, Lydia turned and stalked back to her car. She yanked the door open, then paused to look back at him. "This isn't over," she said. "I'm getting a lawyer. I'm going to get Nancy back, and I'm going to make sure you never see her again." "Good luck with that," Andrew said. Lydia got in her car and peeled out of the driveway, tires squealing. Andrew watched until the taillights disappeared, then closed and locked the door. Upstairs, he found both girls sitting on Nancy's bed. Alice looked scared. Nancy looked like she might throw up. "Was that my mom?" Nancy asked. "Yeah." "What did she say?" Andrew sat down in the desk chair. "She wants you back. I told her that's not happening. She's going to keep trying." Nancy's voice shook. "She doesn't give up." "Neither do I," Andrew said. That night, after both girls were in bed, Andrew sat at his kitchen table with his laptop open. He started documenting everything. He wrote down Nancy's statement from memory. He made a timeline of when the abuse had occurred, based on what she'd told the police. He saved copies of the photos from her phone, the text message screenshots. He created a folder labeled Nancy Vance, Evidence. His phone buzzed with another text, this time from his cousin Mark. "You're being dramatic. Lydia isn't perfect, but she doesn't deserve this." Andrew deleted it without responding. Around midnight, his phone rang. His mother this time. "Andrew." Her voice sounded strained. "Please tell me what your father said isn't true. Depends on what he said. That you reported Lydia for child abuse. That Nancy is in your custody. That's all true. How could you do this? She's your sister." Andrew closed his eyes. "Mom, Nancy showed me photos of bruises. She told me Lydia hits her, belittles her, makes her feel worthless. I couldn't ignore that. There must be some misunderstanding. Lydia loves Nancy. She would never hurt her. She is hurting her. She has been for years. You don't know that. You're only hearing Nancy's side. Teenage girls make things up. She's 12, Andrew said, and she's not making anything up." His mother's voice turned. "Please, Andrew, drop this. Tell the authorities who's a mistake. Bring Nancy home. Let Lydia be. I can't do that. You're destroying this family. The family was already destroyed," Andrew said. "You just didn't want to see it." His mother started crying. Andrew listened to her sob. He cried too once. Years ago, when he realized his parents would never believe him. When he'd understood that he'd always been a problem child. The one who caused trouble. He stopped crying for a long time. "I have to go," he said. "Andrew, please," he hung up. Monday morning started with calls from Andrew Park of Child Protective Services. She scheduled a home visit for that afternoon to assess Andrew's situation. Then she gave him the contact information for a family law attorney who handled custody cases. "You're going to need one," Jennifer said. Ms. Vance hired representation over the weekend. "This is going to be a fight." Andrew called the attorney immediately after hanging up. Rachel Torres had practiced family law for 15 years and became highly recommended. Her assistant scheduled him for Tuesday morning. Next, Andrew called the school. Nancy had been attending middle school in Lydia's district, but now she would learn to transfer. The enrollment counselor asked him a dozen questions, needed documentation, wanted proof of residency. Andrew made notes on a legal pad, his handwriting cramped and efficient. Alice appeared in the kitchen doorway, already dressed for school. "Is Nancy coming to my school?" "Not your school, but she'll be going to the middle school nearby." "When?" "Probably next week." Nancy came down a few minutes later. She'd borrowed more of Alice's old clothes, a t-shirt and jeans that fit reasonably well. Andrew made a mental note to take her shopping for clothes this week. "Morning," he said. "Want some cereal?" Nancy Nancy nodded. She still moved quietly, like she was trying not to take up space. Andrew recognized the behavior. The hunched shoulders, the downcast eyes, the way she flinched whenever he moved quickly. He'd seen it in dozens of kids already. The ones who learned that existing too loudly brought it. After he dropped Alice at school, Andrew took Nancy to the police station. Detective Morrison, the investigator assigned to the case, wanted to take a more detailed statement. They spent 2 hours in the interview room while Nancy answered questions. Andrew sat beside her, watching her pick at her fingernails. How long has your mother been here? Detective Morrison asked. She was a woman in her 50s with gray hair and kind face. Since I was little, Nancy said, maybe 7 or 8. And when was the last time? Thursday, before I went to Uncle Man's. Can you tell me what happened? Nancy's voice dropped to a whisper. I got a B on a math test. She said I was stupid, that I wasn't trying hard enough. She slapped me across the face and pushed me in. Detective Morrison took me. Did she do anything else? She called me names. Said I was worthless. Said I ruined her life. Does she do this often? All the time. Nancy looked up. Her eyes wet. When I don't clean my room fast enough. When I talk too much. When I do something wrong at school. She gets really angry really fast. What about other adults? Teachers? Family members? Did you ever tell anyone? Nancy shook her head. She told me if I ever said anything, she'd make my life worse. She said no one would believe me anymore. That everyone knows I'm lying. Andrew's jaw tightened. Classic abuser tactics. Isolate the victims. Make them afraid to speak. Convince them no one will help. The interview lasted a while. By the time they left, Nancy looked exhausted. Andrew took her to get lunch, burgers, and fries, and tried to talk about what happened. School. Friends. What kind of pizza she wanted? Nancy answered in monosyllables, but Andrew kept trying. Normal conversation was part of it. Back at home, Andrew checked his email. 3 messages from family members. His aunt, his uncle, and other cousins, all saying the same things. He was overreacting. Lydia wasn't right. Family should stick together. He deleted them all without reading past the first few lines. Jennifer Park arrived at 3 o'clock for home inspection. She spent an hour walking through the house, checking that Nancy had her own room, that there was food in the pantry, that the smoke detector. She asked Andrew about his job, his income, his childcare needs. Andrew answered everything honestly, pulling out pay stubs and tax returns when she asked for financial documentation. This all looks good, Jennifer said as she packed up. I'll file my recommendation. Given the evidence in Nancy's statement, I feel confident placing her. What about Lydia? Andrew asked. Can she still see Nancy? Not unsupervised. If the court grants visitation, it will be supervised only. But that's not my call. That's for the judge to decide. After Jennifer left, Andrew sat down with Nancy. Alice was at a friend's house for play date, so they had privacy. I need to ask you some questions, Andrew said. For the lawyer, I know this is hard, but I need to know everything. Nancy pulled her knees up her chest. Okay, how often did your mom hit you? Maybe once or twice a week. Sometimes more. With her hands. Or with objects. Usually her hands. Slapping, pushing. Sometimes she grabbed my arm. A few times she used the belt. Andrew made notes in his room. Did she ever lock you in your room? All the time. Whenever she was mad. Sometimes for hours. Did she restrict your food? Nancy nodded. If I did something wrong, she wouldn't let me eat dinner. Or she'd make me eat alone. What about friends? School activities? I couldn't have friends over. She said they'd make too much of it. And she didn't let me do any sports or clubs. She said I needed to focus on her. Classic isolation. Classic control. Andrew kept writing. Did anyone else know? Other family members. Grandma and grandpa came over sometimes. But mom acted differently. She was nice. She'd hug me, ask about school, act like everything was fine. Nancy's voice cracked. They thought she was the perfect mom. Did you ever try to tell them? Once. I told Grandma that Mom yelled at me. Grandma said all mothers yell sometimes. That I needed to be more respectful. Andrew set down his pen. I believe you. You know that, right? Nancy looked at him with those hollow eyes. You're the only about Lydia? Andrew asked. She hired a lawyer too. Do you know who? Someone named David Ray. Rachel made a face. He's aggressive, expensive. He'll try to paint Nancy as a troubled child and you as an interfering relative. He'll argue that Lydia is a successful professional who's done nothing. Can he win? Not with this evidence, but he'll make it up. Be prepared for that. I'm prepared. Rachel looked at him crazy. Why are you doing this? I have to ask. Most people don't want to get involved in family situations like this. It's messy. It's painful. It destroys relationships. She's a kid who's being hurt. Andrew said so. Someone has to protect her, even if it costs me your whole family, especially me. Rachel nodded slowly. Good, because you're going to need that connection. This is going to get worse before it gets better. She was right. That afternoon, Andrew's father showed up. He didn't call first, just appeared on the doorstep with his face and said, "We need to talk," he said. Andrew let him in. Didn't offer coffee or a seat. They stood in the entry, facing each other like opponents in boxing. "I spoke with Lydia's lawyer," his father said. "He says you manufactured it. But you coached Nancy to lie. That's not true. How do I know that? How do I know you're not manipulating her? Because I have no reason to," Andrew said flat. "I'm not getting anything out of this except a kid to take care of and a family." "Then why are you doing it?" "Because it's the right thing to do." His father's face reddened. "The right thing would be keeping this family together. The right thing would be supporting your sister instead of attacking her. Supporting her while she abuses her daughter? No thanks. You always did this." His father's voice rose. "You always caused drama. When you were a kid, you were always complaining about her. Always saying she was mean to you. Always playing the victim. Your mother and I try to teach you to be stronger. Stop being so sensitive." Old wounds tried to Andrew felt that, recognized it, and chose not to let it. "I wasn't playing the victim. I was telling you the truth. And you didn't want to hear it. Lydia was a good kid. She was responsible. She got the grades. She never caused problems. She caused plenty of problems. You just didn't see it. Or you didn't want it. This is exactly what I'm talking about." His father jabbed his finger. "You still do it. They try to make Lydia look bad to make yourself look better." "I don't care how I look," Andrew said. "I care about Nancy. Nancy is fine. Lydia is a good mother. Nancy has bruises. Nancy has documentation from the hospital. Nancy told the police her mother did it. That's not fine." His father's expression turned cold. "If you go through with this custody case, you're dead to me. Do you understand? You'll be out of this family. You won't be welcome at holidays. You won't be part of anything. Your mother and I will have nothing to do with it." Andrew felt something inside of him very still. "Okay." His father blinked. "Okay, that's all you have to say. What else is there to say? You've made your choice. You're choosing Lydia over a child who's being hurt. That tells me everything I need to know about you. How dare you? You should leave now," Andrew said. "I'm your father. You were my father. Now you're just someone who enables abuse. Get out of my house." They stared at each other. Andrew saw the shock on his father's face, then the anger, then something that might have been hurt. But he didn't care. He was done caring about people who chose the easy lie over the hard truth. His father turned and left without a minute. The door slammed behind him. Nancy appeared at the top of the stairs. "I heard him. You're fine," Andrew said. "He's gone. Was that about me?" "Yeah. I'm sorry." Nancy came down a few stairs. "I'm sorry everyone's fighting each other." "It's not because of you," Andrew said. "It's because of your mother. And because people in this family would rather pretend everything is fine than actually deal with problems. Do you hate them now?" Andrew considered the question. "No, I'm just done with it." The custody hearing was scheduled for the following Friday. In the meantime, Andrew dealt with a constant stream of phone calls and messages. Most were angry, some were confused. A handful expressed quiet support, but said they couldn't get involved publicly. His cousin Julie called him. She was the only family member besides Andrew who ever stood up for her. "I believe you," she said. "About Nancy, I've seen how Lydia operates." "Thanks," Andrew said. Relief washed through him. At least one person got it. "I can't Elizabeth Hart, who had a calm, reassuring presence. Nancy went twice a week, and slowly, very slowly, she started to open up. She asked me about the hitting Nancy told Andrew after the second session, and about the things my mom says to me. Where'd you tell her? Everything. Nancy looked down at her hands. I've never told anyone everything before. How did that feel? Scary, but also kind of good. Andrew took Nancy shopping for clothes and school supplies. She picked out everything carefully, like she wasn't sure she was allowed to have preferences. At the checkout, she kept asking if things were too expensive. Andrew kept telling her not to worry about it. Alice helped Nancy settle in. She showed her where the good snacks were hidden, introduced her to the neighbor kids, explained the house rules. Andrew watched his daughter take his niece under her wing and felt proud. School started for Nancy on Monday. She was nervous, twisting her hands together as Andrew drove her to the middle school. What if I don't fit in? She asked. You will, Andrew said. And if you don't right away, that's okay too. Just give it time. What if someone asks about my mom? Tell them whatever you're comfortable with. Or tell them it's private. Either is fine. Nancy nodded, but didn't look convinced. Andrew walked her into the office, made sure she had her schedule on her side, told her call she wanted. That afternoon, she came home quiet but not upset. It was okay, she reported. The teachers were nice. I ate lunch alone, but that's fine. Small victories, Andrew thought. He'd take them. The day before the custody hearing, Cynthia showed up in Nancy's. The principal called Andrew immediately. Ms. Vance tried to check Nancy. The principal said, we stopped her for your custody documentation, but she made quite a scene. Security had to escort her. Andrew's jaw. Thank you for calling. We know the incident. If she tries again, we'll contact you. That evening, Andrew got a message from David Brennan. It was professional. My client wishes to arrange supervised visitation. Please respond. Andrew forwarded the message. She replied with tell him no visitation. We don't want to give Lydia any opportunity to manipulate Nancy. Andrew sent a response. Brennan wrote back almost immediately. This will not look favorable for you in court. Parental alienation is a serious concern that Rachel's next message was terse. He tried to intimidate me. Friday arrived. Andrew put on his best suit, charcoal gray, the one he wore to court when testifying for more cases. He helped Nancy get dressed in the new clothes they bought. A simple blue dress that said neighborhood. Are you nervous? Andrew asked. Yeah, me too. Really? Yeah, but we're going to be okay. Just tell the truth. They met Rachel at the courthouse. She briefed them on what to expect. How the hearing would proceed. What questions would ask. Nancy listened intently. Her face paled. Lydia arrived. She looked immaculate, her hair perfect, her makeup flawless. She didn't look at me, didn't even glance in her direction. Andrew watched her speak quietly, saw the confident look, poised way she carried herself. She thinks she'll charm the judge the same way she charmed Evan. Judge Catherine Wallace entered the courtroom. She was a black woman in her 60s, silver hair, sharp eyes. She reviewed the case file, then looked up. This is a custody hearing regarding Nancy Vance, age 12, she said. We're here to determine placement following allegations of abuse. Mr. Brennan, you may begin. David Brennan stood. He was tall and broad-shouldered, the kind of man who commanded attention just by existing. Your Honor, my client, Vance, is a devoted mother to her daughter. She works long hours dedicated to stability. As no presumption, these allegations accuse me of fabricating liability. As a history of family violence and appears to be using the situation to settle it. Andrew kept his expression. Rachel had warned him. Character assassination disguised as legal argument. Ms. Vance is willing to cooperate with any court-ordered counseling or parenting classes. Brennan continued. But she maintains her innocence and requests that Nancy be returned to her custody immediately. Judge Wallace looked at Rachel. Ms. Torres, Rachel stood. Your Honor, we have extensive documentation of abuse. Medical records showing bruises consistent with physical assault. Photographs taken by Nancy herself. Text messages from Ms. Vance with her daughter containing emotional abuse. A statement given to police and Child Protective Services.
Em như hoa nở trên cành, anh như con muốn tránh lượn quanh vườn đào. Và mình hỏi thì đầu cũng xin thưa, vườn hồng có lối nhưng chưa có ai vào. Và để rồi em về thưa với gia đình đồng ý cho mình lấy ta. Anh cũng về thưa với mẹ cha đồng ý cho ta lấy mình. Để rồi câu xanh quyện với trầu vàng, ai cũng biết là nàng lấy anh. Và để rồi trầu vàng quyện với câu xanh, ai cũng biết là anh lấy nàng.
From further harm. Judge Wallace gestured to the folder.
Giải pháp thiết bị
I'll
gia
review
dụng
the evidence.
Hafley.
But first, I'd like to hear from
để
the child.
nhà mình chăm
Nancy
nhau.
Vance, please approach. Nancy stood slowly. Andrew wanted to reach out and squeeze her hand, give her courage, but they've been told not to have physical contact during proceedings. Nancy walked to the witness stand, her shoulders hunched, her steps small. The bailiff swore. Nancy's voice was barely audible as she said,
Hafley,
I do.
tình tế chăm
Judge
bếp
Wallace's
để nhà
expression
mình chăm nhau.
softened slightly. Nancy, I
Trong
know
miệng
this
cuốn
is
tên
the...
hải sản
I
số
want you to know
tê
you're
nhất
not in
đi
trouble.
mới.
I just need to ask you some questions so I can understand what's been happening. Okay,
Trong miệng
okay.
cuốn tên hải sản
Nancy
của con
whispered.
dinh dưỡng ăn
Can you
cùng
tell me
sốt
about
teriyaki. Cuốn là
Nancy's
ăn
hands
là
twisted
cuốn.
in her lap. She gets angry a lot. When I do something wrong, she yells at me, calls me names. Stupid, worthless. She says I ruin everything. Does she ever hit you? Yes. Nancy's voice cracked. She slaps me, pushes me. One time she used a belt. How often does this happen? A few times a week, sometimes more. Did you ever tell anyone before your uncle found out? I tried to my grandma once, but she didn't believe me. She said my mom wouldn't do that. How do you feel living with your Uncle Andrew? For the first time, Nancy looked up. Safe. I feel safe. Judge Wallace made notes. Thank you, Nancy. You can sit down. Nancy returned to sit beside me. Her hand was shaking. Andrew kept his gaze forward, but felt his chest tighten with rage at what his knees said. Mr. Brennan, you may call your first witness, Judge Wallace. Brennan called me. She took the stand with grace, sitting up straight, her hands folded. She looked like the perfect mom, the successful professional, the wrong victim. Ms. Vance, how would you describe your relationship? Brennan asked. Close, Lydia said. Her voice was calm. Nancy and I have always been close. I work hard to provide for her. I make sure she has everything she needs. I love her deeply. Have you ever hit her? Absolutely not. I've never laid a hand on Nancy in anger. What about discipline? How do you handle misbehavior? I use timeouts, grounding, taking away privileges, normal parenting techniques. These allegations, where do you think they came from? Lydia's expression became Nancy has been acting out lately. She's at a difficult age. When I try to set boundaries, she got angry. I think my brother took advantage of her teenage rebellion to turn her against me. He's always resented me. This is his way of getting back at me for childhood grievances. Andrew's jaw clenched. The lies came so smooth, so believable. No further questions. Brennan said. Rachel stood for cross-examination. Ms. Vance, how do you explain the photographs of bruises? I can't explain them. Perhaps she bruised herself to make me look bad. A 12-year-old who intentionally injured herself in the brain. Teenage girls can be injured. She's not a teenager. She's 12. Lydia waved at me, dismissively. It's semantics. What about the textbooks? The ones where you call her worthless? Those were taken out of context. I was frustrated. All parents say things they don't mean. Telling a child worthless is normal parenting. I didn't mean it literally. Rachel picked up a printed screenshot. Let me read this message. You're worthless. You ruin everything. I wish you never been. What context makes it acceptable? Lydia's composure slipped for a second. I was having a bad day. Nancy had misbehaved. It was harsh, I admit, but not abusive. I According to Dr.
tình
Hart's
này đi
evaluation,
qua trăm
Nancy
năm
shows
đã
signs of
vẹn hẹn
complex trauma
người kiếp
consistent
sau.
How do you explain that? Dr. Hart was hired by my brother. Of course, her evaluation supports his narrative. Dr. Hart is a licensed clinical psychologist with 20 years of experience. Are you suggesting she's fabricating professional findings? I'm suggesting she was influenced by what Nancy told her. And Nancy was influenced by Andrew. Nancy gave a statement to police before ever speaking with Dr. Hart. She showed photographs to Officer Davis. She underwent a medical examination that documented her injuries. Are you saying all of these professionals were fooled by a 12-year-old? Lydia's face flushed. I'm saying my brother has turned my daughter against me. By doing what? Providing her with a safe home? Believing her when she reported abuse? Protecting her from you? Objection, Brennan said. Counsel is being argumentative. Sustained, Judge Wallace said. Ms. Torres, keep your questions focused. Rachel nodded. Ms. Vance, when was the last time you saw Nancy? The day before Andrew called the police. And what happened that day? We had a normal evening. I came home from work. Nancy was doing homework. We had dinner. You didn't argue. No. You didn't hit her. No. Nancy testified that you slapped her and pushed her into a wall that day because she got to be on a test. Are you saying she's lying? Lydia's voice turned cold. Yes, she's lying. No further questions, Rachel said. The hearing continued for another 2 hours. Brennan called Andrew's father as a character witness for Lydia. He testified that Lydia was a wonderful mother, that Nancy was a difficult child, that Andrew had always caused family problems, but Rachel's cross-examination was good. Mr. Merrick, when was the last time you wrote a letter to Nancy? I don't know. A few months ago. So you haven't observed day-to-day interactions between Nancy and her mother? Well, no, but you're basing your testimony on what? Your daughter's word? Your own bias toward her? You know my daughter. She's not an abuser. But you didn't know your granddaughter. Did you? Andrew's father fault. Right. Nancy never said it. Because she tried to tell you once, and you didn't. Correct. She mentioned that Lydia yelled sometimes. That's not abuse. According to Nancy's testimony, she told your wife that her mother yelled at her. Your wife dismissed it. Isn't that correct? My wife said all mothers yell sometimes. So when your granddaughter tried to tell you she was being hurt, your family minimized and dismissed her concerns. Is that fair to say? Andrew's father looked uncomfortable. We didn't realize it was serious. You didn't want to realize it was serious, Rachel corrected. Because acknowledging it would mean admitting your daughter was capable of abuse. Objection, Brennan said. Withdrawn, Rachel said. No further questions. Rachel called Detective Morrison next. She testified about Nancy's statement, the evidence collected, the consistency of the child's account. She presented the photos, the medical documentation, the text messages. Each piece built on the last, creating an undeniable picture. Finally, Rachel called Andrew. He took the stand and swore to tell the truth. Brennan had told Judge Wallace he would bring Andrew as vindictive. Andrew was ready. Mr. Merritt, what is your relationship with your sister? Rachel asked. Distant, Andrew said. We haven't been close since childhood. Why is that? Because she treated me badly. She manipulated situations, turned our parents against me, made my life difficult. When I got older, I limited contact with her. Did you report her behavior to your parents? Yes, admittedly. They said I was being dramatic. How did that make you feel? Angry, hurt, but eventually I accepted that they would always take her side. So when Nancy came to me with evidence of abuse, what went through your mind? Andrew looked directly at Judge Wallace. But I wasn't going to let another kid get hurt because the family wanted to protect Andrew's reputation. That I was done pretending everything was fine with Nancy. That someone needed to actually do something. Your father testified that you always had issues with Lydia. That this is about settling old scores. This is about a child who is being beaten and emotionally destroyed by her mother. I don't care about old scores. I care about Nancy. What do you want to happen? I want Nancy to stay with me. I want her to be safe. I want her to have a chance to heal. Brennan stood for cross-examination. Mr. Merrick, you work in social services. You see abuse cases regularly. Isn't it possible you're oversensitive? That you're seeing abuse where it's just normal discipline. I know the difference between discipline and abuse, Andrew said evenly. Nancy's injuries are not the result of normal discipline. You have a 6-year-old daughter. Single parenting is stressful. Have you ever lost your temper with her? I've been frustrated. I've never hit her. Never. Not even a spanking. No. Brennan raises eyebrows. So you're saying you're a perfect parent? I'm saying I don't believe in hitting children. There's a difference. Nancy is at a difficult age. Preteens lie. They manipulate. How do you know she's telling the truth? Because I've worked with abused children for 10 years. I know what trauma looks like. I know what manipulation looks like. Nancy is traumatized, not manipulated. Or she's a very good actress. She's a 12-year-old with bruises and PTSD symptoms. If you think she's faking that, you're delusional. Objection, Brennan said. The witness is being hostile. Sustained. Judge Wallace said, Mr. Merrick, answer the questions without editorial comments. Andrew nodded. Brennan continued pressing, trying to make him look vindictive, trying to suggest ulterior motives. Andrew answered every question calmly, sticking to facts. Finally, it was over. Both attorneys gave closing statements. Judge Wallace reviewed the evidence file, taking notes. The courtroom fell silent. After 10 minutes, she looked up. "I've reviewed the evidence presented today," she said. "I've listened to testimony from multiple witnesses. I've heard directly from Nancy herself." She paused. "The evidence of abuse is substantial and consistent. Medical documentation, photographic evidence, text messages, a child's testimony that has remained consistent across multiple interviews, a professional psychological evaluation confirming trauma." Andrew felt his heart pounding. "Ms. Vance, you maintain your innocence, but your explanations for the evidence are not credible. The suggestion that a 12-year-old orchestrated this entire scenario is not real. The suggestion that multiple professionals received and biased is not supported by the evidence." Lydia's face had gone red. "I am granting permanent custody of Nancy Vance to Andrew Merrick," Judge Wallace said. "Ms. Vance, you are ordered to attend anger management courses. You will be allowed supervised visitation only once per month, contingent on completion of court-ordered programs and approval from Nancy. If Nancy chooses not to see you, her wishes will be respected." "Your Honor," Brennan started to stand. Judge Wallace, "My ruling states this child deserves safety. That safety has been compromised in her mother's home. Mr. Merrick has demonstrated his ability and willingness to provide. This hearing is concluded." She struck her gavel. Andrew felt Nancy grab his hand. He looked down at her, saw tears running down her face. She smiled. Actually smiled. "It's over. It's really over." "Yeah," Andrew said. His own voice sounded. "It's over." Across the courtroom, Lydia stood in front of him. Her face had gone from pale to white. He turned and walked out without looking. Brennan followed. Already talking. Rachel packed up. "That went on. Thank you," Andrew said. "For everything. You did the hard part. I just made sure the evidence got heard." She looked at Nancy. "You were very brave today." Nancy nodded, still crying. They left the courthouse together. Outside, the sun was shining. It was a warm afternoon, the kind where the air smelled like autumn leaves and the possibility of Andrew started buzzing. Text messages, missed calls, family members who heard the news. He looked at the notifications and then turned his phone. "Are we going home?" Nancy asked. "Yeah," Andrew said. "We're going home." The fallout came slowly, then all at once got Andrew's parents stopped speaking to him. They sent one email saying he was no longer welcome at families, but they couldn't support what he'd done, that he destroyed the family. Andrew deleted it without responding. His aunt and uncle took his parents. Most of his cousins did too, though a few sent private messages saying they understood, even if they couldn't see it. So Andrew appreciated this, but didn't expect anything. Julie called him weak. "I told everyone I supported. They're not taking it. You didn't have to do that." "Yes, I did. Someone didn't need it.
ngàn sao cho con
I'm not
kỳ
too now. Dad
lòng
told me I'm
sông
choosing sides.
lớn bạch
I'm
đàn
choosing
giang nơi
I'm sorry.
tôi thấy
Don't
bác
hate.
quân
It's the right
dâng
thing. I should have
lớn
done it.
lớp
Lydia
lớp
completed
người chung tay dựng xây gấm son
Her
san
supervised visitation
hòa
never happened.
cho nước Việt Nam ta
Dr. Hart
ngàn
supported
đời ngút cao
writing
hùng
her report, forcing
thiêng
contact
tình
with
lý chân lễ ơi
tried to appeal.
nguyện xin khắc ghi
Brennan
đời
filed
đời
All were
sương máu
After 6
dòng
months,
tin
she stopped
ơi
trying.
còn
Andrew
đây
heard
tiếng
through
chuông
Julie
bất
that
khuất như sóng biển đông kia ngàn năm mãi luôn lưu truyền hào khí trời Nam ta rạng ngời sắc son Việt Nam cho đến ngàn năm sau rạng ngời sắc son
Therapy helped.
hào
Dr.
khí
Hart,
Việt
patient,
Nam.
working through trauma. After a few months, Nancy started sleeping through the night. Started smiling more easily. Started acting like a kid instead of someone who constantly raised her. School. Nancy made friends, joined the art club, brought home B's and A's on her report cards. She never mentioned her mother. When people asked where her mom was, she said, "I don't have one." Andrew never corrected her. Alice adapted to having a sister with remarkable needs. She shared her room until Andrew could afford to add on to the house, creating a second bedroom. The girls fought sometimes, the way siblings do, but they also protected each other fiercely when Andrew's job got harder for him. Word spread about the case. Some colleagues thought he'd done the right thing. Others thought he'd overstepped. His supervisor called him in, asked if he could remain objective. Andrew said he could. She seemed to believe him point one evening, about 8 months after the case. Nancy came downstairs while Andrew he sat at the kitchen table, watching his child bed. Can I ask you something? Always. You ever regret it? Take a minute. Losing your family. Andrew sat down on the night. I didn't lose my family because I lost people who chose to enable abuse instead of protect the child. That's not a family worth it. Don't you miss them? Sometimes, Andrew, I miss the idea of the family I wished I had. People who knew you would be hurt. No, I don't miss them at all. Nancy nodded slowly. I don't miss my mother. Is that bad? No, that's healthy. Dr. Hart says someday you might want to remember that it's a normal form of relationship. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Either way, you get to decide. What would you do if I wanted to see her? Andrew considered the question carefully. I'd make sure it was supervised. I'd make sure you were safe. I'd support whatever you needed. But I'd never force you to have a relationship. That's your choice. I don't think I'll ever want to see her, Nancy said quietly. I think I'm done with her. That's okay too. Nancy stood up. Andrew hugged her back. This kid who survived so much, he was learning to be strong. Thank you, she whispered, for believing me, for fighting for me, for keeping me safe. Always, Andrew said. That's what family does. Later that night, after both girls were in bed, Andrew sat on his back porch with a beer and looked up at the stars. His phone sat on the table beside him. No messages, no calls, no family drama. He thought about the choices. Picking Nancy, fighting Lydia, cutting off family members who had chosen wrong. None of it had been easy. All of it had cost him. But Nancy was safe. Nancy was here. Nancy smiled now, laughed, acted like a kid. That was worth everything that would hear after the custody. Julie invited Andrew up to their house. It was just the five of them. Julie, two parents, Andrew, Alice. They made too much food, watched football. Right, this is nice. Nancy said, yeah, Andrew, is this what family is? Yeah, this is what family is. Nancy fell asleep. Her head rested. Andrew glanced was enough. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The fluorescent lights in the pediatric ward hummed with a sound that made Paul's teeth ache. He gripped the stuffed giraffe he bought at the gift shop, its neck already bent from how hard he'd been holding it. Room 412. In's room. He pushed the door open. Uncle Paul. The voice was thin, barely louder than a whisper, but it cut through him sharper than any blade. And sat propped against 3 pillows, her skin pale as the sheets tucked around her small frame. For lines snaked from her arm, and side. 8 years old today. 8 years old, and she looked at a strong blade and scattered on her arms. Hey, kiddo. Paul forced his face into a smile. Happy birthday. Anne's eyes lit up when she saw the giraffe. You remembered I like giraffes. Of course I did. He sat on her lap, then pulled the visitor chair closer to her. The metal legs scraped against her. Your mom around? She wanted to talk to the doctor. She's always talking to doctors. And hugged the giraffe. Her thin fingers barely able to Uncle, can I tell you something? Anything. She glanced at the door, then back at me. Her blue eyes, Aaron's eyes, held something Paul knew missing. Knowledge, the kind kid should have. This is my last birthday. Paul's stomach hurt. Don't say that. The doctors are going to know. And shook her head, slow and certain. I heard Mom on the phone. I know what's happening. He wanted to argue and tell her she was wrong, but the words stuck. Instead, he reached out and took her hand. Her fingers felt like garden leaves. Listen to me, she said, her voice dropping to the song. There's a teddy bear in the brown one. I need you to take it home tonight. Don't let Mom see. Let's promise me. Please. The desperation in her voice made him nod. Okay, I promise. Don't tell me. He squeezed his hand with what little strength she had. Don't tell anyone. Before Paul could ask more, the door swung open. Virginia walked in, her blonde hair perfect, her green dress unwrinkled, despite her full day. She smiled when she saw Paul, but the smile would never leave her eyes. Paul, I didn't know you would come today. Wouldn't miss his birthday. He stood, shoving his hands in his pockets. Thought I'd stop by before my show. Virginia moved to Anne's bedside, her hand resting on her daughter's shoulder. That's sweet of you. And, honey, did you thank her? Thanks, Uncle Paul. And held up the giraffe. I love it. The doctor said we need to keep the visits short today. Virginia's tone was pleasant, but Paul heard dismissal. The needs are rest. He glanced at Anne, who gave him the smallest note. Right? Yeah, I'll get out of here. He bent down and kissed. See you soon, kiddo. Paul walked out, but he didn't leave at this point. He went down to the cafeteria, bought a coffee he didn't want, and sat at the table. 40 minutes later, he saw Virginia leaving. He waited another 10 minutes and headed back upstairs. The nursing station looked up. Visiting hours just forgot something. 2 minutes. She nodded and went back to the computer. Paul slipped inside and closed the door. He got on his knees beside the bed. His hand found a teddy bear He pulled it out and dạng người sắt son Việt Nam cho đến ngày năm sau dạng người sắt son until he got home before he examined the bear. His apartment in the lovely auto shop kitchen and everything smelling like He sat at his kitchen table under the single bulb and turned the bear over in his hands. There, a seam along the back had been carefully opened and re-sewn with white thread. Paul grabbed a knife from the drawer and cut the stitches. Inside the stuffing, his fingers found something hard and rectangular. A voice recorded the two kinds of device. His hand shook as he pressed play. Was that it? Then Virginia's voice came. How to make sure and trust trust fund ends up with a trip. Garrett set everything up wrong. Another voicemail. The rule is pretty clear. Paul is listed as secondary party if anything happens. That's the problem. Virginia's laughed. Paul will never get sued. Not if I can help it. He's got no legal standing. Once and gone, everything goes through. The trust, the estate, all of it. Paul's chest tightened. What about your parents? The man asked. They'll support whatever I say. They always do. Paul just some mechanic who thinks he's owed something because he's Garrett's brother. He doesn't understand how money works. Families like ours. And if he fights it, he won't. He's too soft. He'll cry at the funeral. Maybe make a scene. Men like Paul always do. The recording Paul sat there in silence in his kitchen. The recorder in his hand. He felt something cold settle. Not anger. Not yet. Something worse. Clarity. He thought of Garrett and the last conversation they had before the accident. His brother sitting across from him, the same worry carved into the memory lines. I think I made a mistake. A little late for that. You got a kid now. I know. And sometimes I think Garrett can stop. Never mind. Just promise me something. If anything happens to me, watch out for me. Don't let Virginia miss. Nothing's gonna happen. Promise me. Paul had promised. Months later, Garrett's truck went off the road in a week. The funeral was closed casket. Now, sitting in his kitchen with a recorder in his hand, Paul made another promise. This one was just to himself. He would not forget. He would not let this go. The Davenport estate sat on 5 acres outside town. A sprawling brick colonial with white columns and a circular drive. Paul's pickup truck looked out of place. He killed the engine, sat there for a minute, building up the will to walk inside. Family dinners were always in the past. He knocked twice on poor Russell Davenport. 62, raving in tears, still carrying himself with a rigid posture. Spent 30 years. The retired judge looked Paul up and down. Paul, you're late. Had to close up shop. Virginia said 6 o'clock. It's 6:15 in Russell. The older man's job. But he stepped aside. They're in the dining room. Paul walked through the floor, past family portraits and expensive furniture that probably cost. The dining room table had seemed tonight. There were only 5 places. Claudine Davenport sat at one end of the table, her silver hairstyle in a way that probably. She smiled when she saw Paul, but it was the smile of someone relieved. Oh, so good of you to join us. Thanks for having me, Claudine. Virginia sat to her mother's right, already working. She glanced up at Paul, her expression of surprise, maybe or annoyance, before settling back into something. Uncle Paul, the voice came from the doorway, then walked in, moving slow, one hand on the wall. No 4 lines, but she wore a long-sleeved shirt tied behind her shoulders. Virginia had dressed her in a blue dress that Paul Potter was something. Easy, kid. What are you doing out of bed? Mom said I had to come down. It's important. Virginia. Paul looked at his sister. She should be resting. And one of them, Virginia, sister one, didn't you, sweetheart? Nodded. Paul saw the truth. She looked exhausted. Let's get you sitting down. He guided me into the chair next to us and helped her climb. Russell took his seat. A moment later, a woman in a servant's uniform brought in some kind of soup. So, Claudine dabbed her lips with a napkin. How's the auto shop, Paul? Busy. Always busy. That's good. Steady work is important. She said it like he just told her he worked at a fast food restaurant. Gareth always said you had a good head for mechanics. Paul stirred his soup, but didn't eat. He taught me everything I know. He was a brilliant man. Russell's voice was quiet. Wasted potential.
Tận
Going
hưởng
into
không giới hạn
construction,
âm nhạc
but
không quảng cáo,
brilliant.
tải bài hát xuống
Virginia
và
set
nhiều
down
app
her
khác trên
wine.
ứng dụng
Glass
YouTube
a little
Music.
too hard. Dad, please. Not tonight. I'm simply stating a fact. Your husband could have done more with his life. He did fine. Paul's voice came out harder. Gareth built half this town. Houses, schools, that community center on Elm Street. He did real work. Russell's eyes narrowed. I meant no disrespect. Of course he didn't. The table went quiet except for the clink of spoons and pushed her soup around. Paul noticed Virginia watching her daughter. Her expression couldn't quite read. Concern? Calculation. Virginia tells us Ian's medical bills have been substantial. Claudine broke the silence. We've been helping where we can, of course. The trust fund Gareth set up should cover
Dòng máu
most
lạc
of it.
hồng
Paul said to Virginia's shoulders.
4.000 năm
It's more complicated.
dòng máu đỏ tươi
The trust has
chảy
conditions,
trong tim
restrictions. Gareth did
mềm
instructions.
nồi giống lạc
She reached for her
hồng
wine. We're working with
giống
lawyers
dòng
to sort
tiên
out.
nguyên
Paul thought
ôm
of the
bao
reporter.
đời đất
What kind of restrictions? Nothing we need to worry about. That's my
nhịp
niece.
trống
If
hào
there's something
hùng
going on with her money, it's handled.
mãi còn vang
Virginia's voice.
bao lớp người
The
đi
lawyers are
ra
handled.
nơi
We don't need
biển
to call.
thủy
Russell cleared his throat.
hình bóng
Perhaps we
mẹ
should discuss
già
something more pleasant.
đứng đợi
How are your classes
con
going? Your tutor
tạt
said
vào
you're doing
xứ
well. And
soi
looked up,
hào
startled.
hùng
It's okay, Grandpa. Math is hard. Hard things build character. He smiled at her. For a moment, Paul saw something genuine.
Việt Nam
You're smart.
ơi yêu
It's like
mến
your
ngàn
father.
đời
Gareth was good at
yêu
math.
lũy tre
Paul
xanh
used to
có
help me with my
con
homework.
sông chạy
Yes.
quanh
Ian's eyes were
nào ta
What else was he good at?
hát
Everything.
khúc hát lạc
Falling back in
hồng
Baseball,
là muôn cánh
fishing,
chim
making
bay dập
Your
biển
dad was the
đông
best person. Virginia
Việt Nam
stood abruptly.
ơi hãy nắm chặt tay
I need
tiến
to use
bước
the
đi
restroom.
lên
She left before
viết
anyone.
thêm trang sử
Claudine watched her
vàng
go. Concerned
nào
with
ta
reasons.
hát
She's under a lot of
khúc hát
stress.
Việt
The medical situation.
Nam con
Fine.
cháu dòng
It's
tiền
been hard on her.
con
been hard
cháu
on
lạc
her.
hồng
Paul said.
tự
Yes.
hào hai tiếng
course.
Việt
That's what I meant. But Claudine's eyes stayed on Virginia had disappeared. They finished dinner in uncomfortable silence and barely touched her food. By the time dessert came, some fancy chocolate and Paul didn't have to stop. The kid was practically asleep in her chair. I should get her home, Virginia said when she was done. She looked composed again, her face a pleasant mask. It's past her bedtime. Paul stood. I can carry her to the car. That's not necessary. I'm already up. Virginia's eyes met. Something cold happened. But she nodded. Fine. Paul scooped in his arms. She weighed almost a pound. Her head rested against his shoulder as he carried her. Virginia grabbed her purse and
dòng máu lạc
said
hồng
quick goodbyes to her parents. Outside.
4.000 năm dòng máu đỏ tươi chảy trong tim mềm nồi giống lạc hồng
Uncle Paul,
giống dòng
yeah, kiddo,
tiên
you took the bear.
nguyên ôm
I
bao
did.
đời đất
Good.
mẹ
She closed her eyes. Paul stepped back and shut. Virginia stood
trống
by
hào
her
hùng
side, watching.
mãi
What did
còn
she mean by
vang
that? Virginia asked.
bao
She
lớp
gave me
người
stuff.
đi ra
Said I could
nơi
have it. Which one?
biển
The
thủy
brown one. Why?
hình bóng
Virginia's
mẹ
expression
già
didn't change.
đứng
Paul saw
đợi
her hands
con tạt vào xứ
No reason. And gives away her
soi
toys some.
hào
She's sentimental like her father. Yes. Virginia opened her card. Thanks for coming tonight. My parents appreciate it. You then. She
Việt
paused.
Nam ơi
What's that supposed to
yêu
be?
mến ngàn
Just
đời
wondering if I'm really welcome.
yêu lũy tre xanh
This is all.
có con
Your
sông
family,
chạy
Paul,
quanh
will always be welcome.
nào
The way
ta
she said it didn't sound
hát khúc hát
Paul
lạc
sat in front of the
hồng
shop.
là muôn cánh chim bay dập biển đông
And again, that Virginia
Việt Nam ơi hãy nắm chặt tay
thought about
tiến bước đi
about the
lên
promises he made,
viết thêm
about his
trang
pale
sử
face,
vàng
his
nào
mother's
ta
voice
hát khúc hát Việt Nam con cháu dòng
Watch out
tiền
for him.
con
Paul
cháu
closed his
lạc
eyes.
hồng
He felt something
tự
subtle.
hào hai tiếng Việt
Something colder and more powerful. A decision
Nam
made without words that he would not forgive Virginia. He would not forget what she'd said, what she planned, and he would not let her take anything else from Karen's life or from his future. He started the truck and pulled up. Tomorrow, he'd start figuring out what it was. Tonight, he just drove with the recorder in his pocket, the weight of the truth of what needed to be done. The hospital cafeteria smelled like industrial coffee and anxiety. Paul sat at a corner table, his third cup going cold in front of him, waiting. It was Tuesday, which meant Naomi Clark would be coming off her shift right about now. Thought he spotted her the moment she walked in. 50-something, gray streaks in her dark hair, wearing scrubs printed with cartoon animals that probably made the kids smile. She'd worked at the hospital for 20 years. She'd been at Garrett's wedding. She'd held in the day she was born. Naomi saw him and her expression shifted. She got herself a coffee and walked over. Paul, thanks for meeting me. She sat down across from him, but didn't touch her coffee. I can't talk, Paul. My shift starts again in an hour. This won't take long. Paul pulled out his phone and opened the notes app. He'd been keeping a list. You told me 3 weeks ago that Virginia was asking about his I need to know more about it. Naomi plans to I shouldn't have said it. If anyone finds it, no one's gonna find it. I just need the truth. You were Garrett's friend. You know he wants someone watching out for a job. She looked down at her. Virginia has been requesting odd changes in his treatment, questioning the doctors, asking about alternatives, wondering about is that normal for a parent to question doctors? Some questions are normal, but Virginia asks about things that don't make sense. Last week, she wanted to know if we could reduce Anne's immunotherapy dosage because it was making him tired. The doctor explained that fatigue is normal, but the treatment needs to stay consistent. But Virginia pushed back. She said its quality of life was more important than following some rigid protocol. Paul's stomach clenched. What did the doctor say? He refused to change it. Virginia wasn't happy about it. Naomi finally picked up her coffee. Virginia has been talking about hospital administration. She's saying the doctors are being too aggressive, that maybe it's time to focus on comfort instead of healing. He's 8 years old. I know, she should be fighting. The doctors should be doing everything. They are. What Virginia has to do if she decides to stop treatment. Naomi stopped, shook her head. I'm not saying she's going to. I'm just saying she's asking questions that will Paul leaned forward. Has she done anything? Changed any medication? Stop not yet, but she's setting the groundwork. Brandon is being concerned doesn't want to Naomi met He's a good friend, and I can't prove anything, but something doesn't feel right about how Virginia is. He's not thinking about it. She's thinking about something. Money. Naomi what? It has a trust fund. A big one. Garrett made sure she'd be taken care of. Paul kept his voice low. If and dies, Virginia controls that money. You think she would? Naomi's face went. No, I can't believe that. Even Virginia wouldn't. I have proof she's planning something. I can't tell you how I got it, but I know she's thinking about the trust fund, about making sure I don't get any control over it. Naomi set down her coffee with shaking hands. What are you going to do? I don't know yet. But I need you to watch her. If Virginia tries to change any of In's treatments, if she does anything that seems wrong, I need you to tell me. Can you do that? If I get caught, you won't. I'll be careful, but it needs someone inside that hospital looking out for her. Naomi was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay, but Paul, you need to be careful too. The Davenports have money and connections. If Virginia thinks you're coming after her, she'll fight back. Let her fight. Paul stood. Thanks, Naomi. I mean it. Don't thank me yet. Just help that little girl. The Davenport fundraiser was the kind of event Paul normally did. Black tie, cocktails, people pretending to care about whatever cause they were raising money for this month. But Virginia had mentioned it during a phone call, and Paul decided it was worth enduring if it meant learning more about the family. He didn't own a tuxedo, so he wore his one good suit, the same one he'd worn to Garrett's wedding, and hoped no one was giving grief about it. The Davenport estate looked different at night, all lit up with strings of lights and Paul parked his truck in the back lot between a Tesla and a BMW and walked up to the house. Inside, the place was crammed. Some of the paintings were crammed into the
mà tình
all
chưa yên
holding
nên
wine
nỗi trên mi
glasses,
giọt buồn chưa
all
chán.
laughing at jokes that probably
Đành lòng buông tay cho
all
em ra
grabbing
đi
their
với
ears.
mối tình bạn.
Bartender gave him a
Một
look
bậc
like
quân
the air
vương
was
uy nghiêm ngoài phòng nhìn tim đã
tried to blend into the background.
tan.
Spotted Virginia across the room, wearing a black dress that probably cost him. She was talking to an older couple, smiling, playing the role of a grieving widow who was staying strong. Paul felt his jaw clench. You look like you'd rather continue wearing this. Paul turned. A man about his age stood next to him, holding a tumbler of what looked like whiskey. He had the same blonde hair as Virginia, the same sharp features, but his eyes were bloodshot and his bow tie was crooked. You must be Wesley, Paul said. Must be. Wesley drained half his drink. And you're Paul, the brother. Heard about you. The mechanic who thinks he's owed something. Virginia saved that. Virginia says a lot. Most of them are lies. Wesley swayed away. When it's mayor, can't breathe in here with all these people. They walked out to the back deck. The night was cool. The noise from the party muffled out. Wesley lit a cigarette, offered one. Paul shook his head. Don't smoke. Not anymore. Smart. Wesley took a drag. Garrett was smart too. Smart enough to get out before this man should have stayed out. He loved Virginia. Wesley laughed. Shocked. Did Virginia make him think he did? That's her gift. Making people believe whatever she wants to believe. Paul studied Wesley. The man was drunk. Maybe had been for hours, but there was something honest about it. Something wrong. You don't like your sister much. Love her. She's family. Wesley flicked ash off the cigarette. But I don't trust her. There's a difference. Why not? Because Virginia always wins. Every single time. When we were kids, she'd lie about who started. Always. I'd get punished. Virginia would get sick. He took another drag. When we got older, she married Garrett. Yet she trusted him. But Garrett had money connections. The one from the accident was 20. Paul remembered. Garrett had been hit by a drunk driver. Spent 6 months in physical therapy. The settlement had been substantial. Virginia saw dollar signs. Wesley continued. Played the perfect girlfriend, got pregnant, sealed the deal. And mom and dad loved them. Their daughter, marrying a good man. Never mind that Virginia. Never mind that she spent his money like water. You know this for sure. I know my sister. I know how she operates. Wesley finished his whiskey. And I know that whatever she's doing with the medical stuff, it's not about saving them. Virginia doesn't save people. She uses them. Paul's hands tighten on his beer bottle. What do you mean, whatever she's doing? Come on, you've seen it. The way she talks about and treatment, always focused on the cost, the time, the inconvenience. Mom defends her, says Virginia's just stressed, but I see through it. Virginia wants that trust fund. She wants it all. And if and happens to die while Virginia's trying to secure her future, Wesley stopped, shook his head. Sorry, that's the whiskey talking. Maybe the whiskey's telling the truth. Wesley looked at him. You trying to stop her? I'm trying to protect. Good luck with that. Virginia always wins. She's got mom wrapped around her finger, and dad won't go against her. Never has. Wesley crushed out his cigarette. This family's built on appearances and lies. Your brother figured that out too. Don't make the same mistake. Before Paul could respond, the patio door opened. Virginia stood there, backlit by the party lights. Her expression frozen when she saw Wesley and Paul together. There you are. Mom's been looking for you. I'm sure she has. Wesley brushed past his sister. Tell her I love her. Virginia watched him go. What was he telling you? Just making conversation. Wesley drinks too much. Half of what he says is nonsense. And the other half, her eyes narrow. You should come inside. People are asking about it. Who's asking? Dad wants to talk to her. About Garrett's sister. There are some things that you need to say. Paul pulls quickly. What kind of things? Legal things. Nothing to worry about. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Come on, let's not make a scene out here. He followed her back inside, but his mind was racing. Russell wanted to talk about a mistake. Virginia was worried about what Wesley had said. And somewhere in this house full of quiet. The hallway lights were dim, and most of the rooms had been closed. Paul walked softly, not wanting to disturb me, until he reached 412 He sat up in bed, reading a book by the small lamp on her bedside. When she saw Paul, she smiled. Uncle Paul, it's late. I know. Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd check on you. He pulled the visitor chair close. What are you reading? She held up a book. Charlotte's Web. The Tutor of Science. That's a good book. Sad ending, though. I know. I already read it. She set the book down. Charlotte dies, but she saves me. That's what matters. Paul's chest felt tight. Yeah, that's what matters. They sat in silence. The machines beat softly. Outside the window, the town slept under a carpet of stars. Uncle, N's voice was small. Can I ask you something? Anything. If I don't wake up one day, she stopped, swallowed. You won't let Mom take everything, right? You won't let her forget about Dad. Paul felt something break inside him. He reached out and took Anne's hand, careful not to jostle the foreline. I won't let anyone take anything. I promise you that. She thinks I don't hear, but I do. She talks on the phone about money, about trusts, about what happens after. She doesn't talk about me getting better. She talks about after. Anne's eyes were dry, but Paul could hear the fear underneath. I don't want to die, Uncle Paul. But if I do, I want Dad's memory to mean something. I want the money he saved to help people, like he would have wanted. Not just, she stopped, not just go to your mom, and nodded. Is that bad? To think that about my own mom? No, kiddo. It's not bad. It's honest. Paul squeezed her hand gently, and I'm going to make sure your dad's memory is protected. That you're protected. No matter what happens, you hear me. I hear you. Good. He sat with her until she fell asleep, her hand still in his, and made another silent promise to himself. This wasn't just about money anymore. It was about protecting what Gareth had built, what he'd wanted for his daughter. It was about making sure in short life meant something, that she wasn't just a line item in Virginia's financial plan. Paul would tear apart the whole Davenport family if he had to. He would drag every secret he could find, and he would not stop until it was safe and Virginia's perfect mask was shattered beyond repair and no forgiveness. No second chances, just cold, relentless truth. The law office of Mitchell and Stone sat on the third floor of the old Paul climbed the stairs, his workmates loud on wooden steps, pushed open the door of Mitchell and Stone, estate planning and family. The receptionist looked up. Can I help you? I'm here to see Richard Mitchell. I called yesterday. Mr. Rayner. That's me. One moment. She picked up the phone, spoke quietly, and nodded at Paul. We'll see you now. Second door on the right. Richard Mitchell was in his 60s, mostly bald, with reading glasses and his office was cramped but organized, every surface covered with file folders and papers. He stood when Paul entered. Paul Rayner. Richard Mitchell. We met at your brother's funeral. I remember. They shook hands. Paul sat in the chair across from the desk. He said on the phone, this was about Garrett's estate and his will. I need to know what's in it. All of it. Mitchell leaned back in his chair. I can't share confidential client information unless you're named in the will or have legal standing. I am named. Garrett made me secondary guardian. And if anything happened to Virginia, yes, that's true. But Virginia is still alive and legally competent. Unless you're challenging custody. Not yet, but I might. Paul pulled out his phone. Before I make any decisions, I need to understand what Garrett, what he actually wanted, not what Virginia's been telling everyone. Mitchell was quiet for a moment, studying Paul. Then he stood and walked to a filing cabinet. He pulled out a thick folder and returned to his desk. Garrett came to see me 4 times before he died. The first 3 times were standing, writing his will, setting up his trust, making sure everything was structured properly. The 4th time was different now. He wanted to revise the will. Specifically, he wanted to remove Virginia as the primary beneficiary and change the conditions of his trust. Mitchell opened the folder and pulled out 7 documents. He'd started to suspect Virginia safeguards in place, monthly audits, restrictions on withdrawals, oversight from a neutral third party. And he wanted a provision that if he died under suspicious circumstances, the entire estate would go through a detailed investigation before any money changed hands. Did he sign it? Mitchell shook his head. He died 3 days before our final appointment. The revisal was drafted, but never executed. Legally, it doesn't exist. Hall sat back, his mind racing. Does Virginia know about this? She knows Gareth was revising the will. I had to tell her when I went through the estate after his death. She asked me specifically about what changes he planned. Mitchell adjusted his glasses. I told her the basics. She wasn't happy about it. I bet she wasn't. The thing is, Paul, the original will is still valid. Virginia has primary control over Anne's trust until he turns 18 or until Virginia dies. You're listed as secondary guardian, which means you'd only take over if Virginia was declared unfit or if she voluntarily gave up. What about medical decisions? Joint custody. Both you and Virginia have equal say in medical care. But if you disagree, it goes to a judge. And if Virginia is doing something that harms Anne, Mitchell's expression grew serious. Then you need proof. Real, documented proof that Virginia is neglecting and harming you. Without that, no judge will remove a mother from guardianship. Paul pulled out his phone again and scrolled to the voice recording. What if I have proof that Virginia is planning to manipulate his trust fund? That she's making decisions based on money instead of what's best for her? Where did you get this proof? Does it matter? It might. If it's illegally obtained and gave it to me. Paul met Mitchell's eyes. My 8-year-old niece gave me a recording because she's afraid of her own mother. Does that count? Mitchell was quiet for a long moment. Then he held out his hand. Let me hear it. Paul played the recording. Virginia's voice filled the small office, cold and calculated, talking about making sure Paul never got sick, about how the trust fund would end up where it should. Finished, Mitchell took off his glasses. This is explosive. If a judge heard this, would it be enough? Possibly. Combined with evidence of questionable medical decisions, testimony from hospital staff, documentation of spam patterns. Yes, it might be enough to challenge the charge. But Paul, you need to understand where you're starting. The Davenports have money and influence. Russell was a judge for 30 years. If you go after Virginia, they'll fight back with everything they have. Let them fight. You could lose. You could end up with nothing, no access to it at all. Or I could save her life. Paul stood. Can you help me or not? Mitchell looked at the recorder, then at Paul. Finally, he nodded. I'll help you. But we do this carefully, methodically. We build a case that can't be torn apart. Agreed. Agreed. They shook hands. As Paul left the office, he felt something shift inside. This was real now. He was going to war with Virginia, with the Davenports, with everything they represented. But he'd made Gareth a promise. He'd made in a promise. And Paul Rayner never broke his promises like Gareth's garage had been locked since he died. Virginia never bothered cleaning it out. Too painful, she'd said. But Paul had kept the key, and late one Thursday night, he let himself in. The space smelled like sawdust. Garrett's tools hung on pegboards, organized. His workbench was covered with half-finished projects. A birdhouse, a small wood chest, a set of shelves. Paul ran his hand over the unfinished work, feeling the ghost of every careful thought. He started searching methodically. Drawers first, then cabinets, then the boxes stacked. Most of it was junk, old receipts, construction manuals, random art. But in the third box from the bottom, underneath the stack of woodworking magazines, Paul found a manila envelope. Inside was a letter, handwritten in Icelandic. Paul, reading this, something happened. I know that sounds dramatic, but I've been thinking about mortality. Having a sick kid will do that to you. I need to tell you something I should have said months ago. I don't trust Virginia. I know that's a terrible thing to say about my wife. But it's true. She married me for money. I've known her for a while now, but I stayed because leaving would hurt more than staying. But I'm worried about what happens to her. Virginia doesn't love her. She sees her as a responsibility, Went and got sick. Virginia's first question was about treatment. Her second was about how much the treatment would cost. She never asked if it would be okay. She never cried that I've been changing my life, giving you more control, putting safeguards in place. But I don't know if I'll finish in time. If something happens to me, Paul, you need to watch Virginia. Don't let her hurt, and don't let her take everything and leave, and with nothing that I know you'll keep your promises. You always do. Love, Gareth. Paul read the letter 3 times, his hands shaking. Then he carefully folded it and put it back again. The next morning, he called Wesley. They met at a diner on the edge of town, the kind of place with torn vinyl booths and coffee that tasted like it had been sitting on the burner for 6 hours. Wesley looked hungover, his eyes red, his hands unsteady as he poured sugar into his coffee. This better be important. I don't do breakfast. Paul slid the envelope across the table. Read this. Wesley pulled out the letter and his expression shifted as he went through it. Surprise, anger, something that might have been vindication. When he finished, he set it down carefully. Where'd you find this? Garrett's garage. He left it for me. So he knew. Your brother knew what Virginia was. He knew. Paul leaned forward. I need your help, Wesley. I'm going after Virginia. Try to get guardianship. I have evidence. I have lawyers, but I need someone from inside the family. Someone who will tell the truth about her. Wesley laughed and sharpened it. You want me to go against my sister? Against my mother? I want you to say it's already. Wesley stopped, shook his head. She's not going to make it, Paul. We all know that. The doctors know it. Virginia knows it. Hell, probably knows it. Then let her die. Let her die knowing someone fought. That her father's memory is. Don't let Virginia turn this into anger. Wesley stared at his car. Outside, traffic moved past the house. A siren wailed. Mom will never forgive me. Wesley said, quietly, do you forgive yourself? Wesley closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had changed in his face. A decision made. What do you need me to do? Testify. Tell the court about Virginia's history. Be honest. Mom will cut me off. Maybe, but you'll be able to look yourself in the mirror. Wesley picked up the letter again, read through it one more time. Then he nodded. Okay, I'll do it. But Paul, you need to know this is going to get ugly. The Davenports don't lose quietly. I'm counting on it. The Davenport estate was hosting another family gathering, this time for Claudine's birthday. Paul arrived with the letter in one pocket and the recorder in the other. He was done being subtle, done playing nice. Russell met him at the door. Paul, glad you could make it. Wouldn't miss it. Paul walked past him. Is everyone here? In the living room. Virginia brought. The child walked. The living room was crowded. Claudine sat in a high-back chair, accepting gifts and well wishes from relatives Paul barely recognized. Virginia stood near the window, a glass of wine in her hand, talking to herself. Wesley lurked in the corner, catching Paul's eye. Sat on the couch, pale but alert, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. When she saw Paul, she smiled. He walked over and sat beside her. Hey, kiddo, how are you feeling? Tired, but Mom said I had to. Grandma wanted me. Paul kissed the top right. You're tough. Like your dad, Uncle Paul. His voice dropped. Did you listen to the recording? I did. Are you going to do something? I am. Good. She leaned against him. Paul felt the weight of her trust in his hand. Russell called before we do kick, I like to say it. He stood near Claudine, his hand on her shoulder. 68 years. That's how long this remarkable woman has been on this earth. I've been lucky enough to share 40 of those years with her. Polite applause. Claudine smiled, playing the gracious matriarch. Paul stood. Russell, before you go on, I need to say something about family. The room went quiet. Virginia's head snapped. Paul, this is the time. It's exactly the time. Paul pulled out the letter. Gareth wrote me a letter before he died. I think everyone here should hear what he had to say. Paul said, Virginia's voice. No, Russell's eyes met. This is about Paul. It's about truth. About what Everyone here thinks Virginia is this perfect mother, this devoted wife. But Gareth knew better. How dare you? Virginia set down her wine glass. How dare you come to my parents' home and didn't trust you? Paul's voice cut through hers. He told me in this letter. He said you married him for money, that you didn't love in the way a mother should. He was changing his will to protect and from you. But he died before he could finish. The room erupted. Voices talking over each other. People standing, Claudine gasping. But Paul wasn't done. He pulled out the recorder and held it up. And this is Virginia, recorded just weeks ago, talking about its trust fund. About making sure I never get control of it. About what happens after it dies. Where did you get that? Virginia's face went white and gave it to me. Your daughter, who's so scared of what you're planning that she recorded you and hid the evidence, teddy bear. Paul pressed play. Virginia's voice filled the room, cold and calculated. Paul will never get sent. Once it's gone, everything goes through me. The silence after the recording ended was absolute. Claudine found her voice first. Virginia, what is this? What have you done? I haven't done anything. That recording is taken out of context. Context? Wesley stepped forward from his corner. The context is pretty clear, sis. You've been planning for her and to die so you can cash her. Wesley, shut up. No, I'm done shutting up. Wesley looked at his parents. I told you years ago, Virginia was only interested in me. You didn't believe me. You never believed me. But Paul's right. Gareth knew the shoes. Stop it. Claudine's voice shook. Both of you, stop it. But Russell held up a hand. You looked cold and sudden. The weight of 30 years on the bench was showing in every word of his face. He took the letter from Paul and read slowly. Finished. He looked at Virginia. Is this true? Dad, you can't seriously. Is this true? Virginia's composure cracked. I don't have to defend myself. I've been taken care of and for years. Doctors, dealing with bills, dealing with everyone questioning my decisions. That's not an answer. Fine. Virginia's voice was sharp. Yes, I talked about the trust fund. Yes, I've been thinking about what happens if it doesn't make it. I'm her mother. I'm allowed to think about these things. You're supposed to be thinking about saving her life, Paul said. Not about spending her inheritance. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what I've sacrificed. You've sacrificed nothing. Paul's voice was cold. And is sacrificing. She's the one dying. And you're treating her like a bank account that's about to mature. Russell set the letter down. His hands were steady, but his voice wasn't. Virginia, look at me. She met her father's eyes. Have you been making medical decisions based on financial considerations? No, don't lie to me. Virginia's jaw clenched. I've been trying to balance its quality of life with the realities of our situation. The treatments are expensive, they're painful, and they're not guaranteed. I'm trying to make the best choices for my daughter, or the best choices for your baby. Wesley wanted. Enough. Russell's voice cracked through the room. I won't have this family sharing itself. Not here. Not today. It's already torn apart, Paul said. It's been torn apart since Gareth died. You all just pretended everything was fine. Claudine stood, her face pale. I think everyone should leave. This has gone too far. But Russell didn't move. He looked at Paul, then at Virginia, then at me, who sat small and silent on the couch, watching her family unfold. No, Russell said quietly. We're not running from this. He turned to Virginia. You will cooperate with whatever legal proceedings we initiates. You will not fight him on custody or guardianship. If his care needs to be put into someone else's hands, then that's what will happen. Dad, you can. I can and I will. This family's built on lies, and I won't bury another child under them. Russell's voice broke on the last word. He looked at, and I won't let you become another secret leaker. Claudine made a sound like a wounded animal. Russell, she's our daughter, and is our granddaughter. She comes first. Virginia looked between her parents, her face a mask of shock and rage. Fine, fine. Take her. Take everything. See if I care. She grabbed her purse and walked out. The front door slammed behind her. The room stayed frozen for a long moment. Then Claudine started to cry, quiet sobs that shook her shoulders. Russell stood beside her, one hand on her back, looking older than Paul had ever seen. Wesley walked her to the car. Well, you did it. You broke the family. I didn't break it. Virginia did, years ago. I just stopped pretending and tugged on Paul's sleeve. Her eyes were wide, scared. Uncle Paul, what happens now? He knelt beside her. Now we make sure you get better. Or if you don't get better, we make sure your time lasts. Really good. Okay. She nodded. Okay. Paul looked up at Russell. I'll file the guardianship papers tomorrow. Russell nodded. I want to pose them. And I'll testify in court. Thank you. Don't thank me. I should have seen this years ago. Should have listened to Wesley. Should have paid more attention. Russell looked down at his hands. I was a judge for 30 years. I spent my life making decisions about what's best for children. And I couldn't see what was happening in my life. You see it now. That's what matters. 3 months later, Paul sat in the waiting room of the courthouse. The guardianship papers signed. The judge had ruled in favor after hearing testimony from Naomi Clark, Richard Mitchell, Wesley, and Russell himself. Virginia had contested it weakly, her lawyers arguing that she was a fit mother, but the evidence was overwhelming. Paul now had legal control over his medical decisions. Virginia still had visitation rights, but she couldn't make any major decisions without Paul's approval. Paul just felt tired, his phone buzzed. A text from Naomi, and asking for you, and he drove to the hospital, parked in his usual spot, and took the elevator to the floor. His room looked different now. Someone had brought him better pillows, new books, a tablet. Paul had made sure she had everything she needed. He was awake, sitting up in bed, watching something in town. She paused it with Paul. Uncle Paul, did you get the papers? I did. You're stuck with me now, kiddo. She smiled. It was the first real smile he had seen on his face. Good. He sat in a visitor chair. How are you feeling? Better. The new treatment is working, Dr. Patterson said. I'd like you to go home soon. For a little while. Anyway, that's great. Will I go home? Paul's throat tight. If you will. I've been fixing up the spare room. Painting it, and you will real. Not as fancy as your own, but I don't need fancy. I just need it to be safe. It'll be safe. I promise. They sat together for a while, not talking. The machines began. Outside the window, the town moved through its windows. Uncle Paul, and his voice was soft. What about her? What about her? Do you think she'll ever apologize? Try to make things right. Paul thought about the letters that started arriving at his apartment. Long, handwritten letters from Virginia, begging for another chance, saying and needed her mother, claiming everything about misunderstanding. He burned each one without reading past the first paragraph. I don't know, kiddo, maybe, but you won't forgive her, will you? He looked at this small, sick, impossibly brave child who'd had to record her own mother to protect herself, who'd hidden evidence
Với
in a
ứng
teddy
dụng
bear
YouTube Music,
because she
bạn có
knew
thể
no
phát
one
bài hát
else
yêu
would.
thích trong đêm.
No, Paul
Trong khi
said
bạn
honestly, I won't forgive
dọn dẹp
her.
sạch sẽ đợt
Some
trước,
things don't deserve
dùng thử một tháng
forgiveness.
miễn phí.
And nodded, like she'd expected that answer, like she understood. That's okay. I don't think I will either. 6 months after the guardianship ruling, Paul sat on the porch of his apartment, watching the sun set over the town, and was inside, resting after physical therapy. The treatments were working slowly, painfully, but working. The doctors were cautiously optimistic. Wesley had gotten sober, attending AA meetings 3 times a week. He stopped by sometimes to check on and bringing her books and terrible jokes. They were building something, Paul and Wesley. Not quite friendship, but an understanding. Russell visited once a month, always bringing gifts for her and always looking older and sadder than last time. Claudine never came. She cut Paul off completely, standing by Virginia despite everything. Virginia herself had moved to Charlotte, taking a job at some finance company. She called once a week, asking to speak to Paul Leonard. He wouldn't take his mother away from her, no matter how much he worked. But he monitored the calls, and if Virginia ever said anything that upset him, he ended the conversation. The latest letter from Virginia sat on the side table.
Nay con ra
Paul
đời
picked it
cha
up,
mẹ
weighed it in his
hạnh phúc
hand, and
thêm.
walked to the fire pit.
Con của cha
He
ngoan
struck a
nhé,
match and held it
mau
to the
lớn
corner.
khôn và
The
trưởng
paper caught,
thành.
flames
Như
eating
hoa
through
bồ
whatever
công
plea
anh
or
luôn
excuse
vươn
Virginia
mình
had.
trước gió.
Paul watched it burn.
Khó khăn cha chẳng
No
ngại,
satisfaction,
chỉ mong
no
chờ
end.
một
Just the cold
mai.
certainty that he had
Hiên
done
ngang
the right
trên
thing.
đường đời
The screen
vững
door
bước
opened.
con đi tìm
And stood there,
tương lai.
wrapped in a blanket.
Cha mẹ
Her
luôn
hair
yêu
started to grow back.
thương, luôn sánh bước đến
burning her
cuối
letters.
đường.
Yeah.
Cho con niềm tin
And walked
yêu
over
những
and stood
gì
beside
xưa
her.
cha
They watched the
mẹ
fire
yêu.
together until there was
Lớn
nothing
khôn
left
con
but
sẽ
ash
hiểu những
inside.
điều mẹ cha mong.
He ignored it.
Bao la
Tomorrow
hơn
he'd
biển
deal
rộng,
with whatever
tất
new
cả
crisis
là
came.
dành
Tomorrow
cho
he'd fight whatever battle he
con.
could fight. But tonight he just stood with and on the porch, watching the stars come out, keeping his promise to his brother, in forgiveness and forgetting. Just the cold, clear knowledge that he protected what mattered most. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The October rain fell steady on the Oregon
Mắt
cemetery,
con sẽ
turning the red
tròn,
earth
long
dark.
lanh như giọt
John Holt
sương.
stood at the graveside,
Mắt cha
water
ửng
streaming
hồng,
down the
ôm
shoulders of
lấy
black
con
but he
vào
didn't
lòng.
move to wipe his face.
Hơi ấm mẹ
His jaw
dành
was set, his
cho
eyes
con
fixed on the
đêm
small
từng
white casket
đêm.
lowered.
Nay con ra
12
đời
years old,
cha mẹ hạnh
Josephine
phúc
should have been in school right
thêm.
now, complaining
Con
about
của cha
abnormal
ngoan nhé, mau lớn
Not
khôn
here,
và
not
trưởng
dead.
thành.
The pastor's
Như
words
hoa
washed
bồ
over,
công anh
meaningless sounds that did
mình
nothing
trước
to
gió.
explain why a healthy
Khó khăn cha chẳng ngại,
heart
chỉ
failure,
mong
they said,
chờ
just like her
một
father,
mai.
just like
Hiên
David
ngang
that
trên
John's
đường
hands
đời
clenched
vững
and
bước
said,
con đi
One
tìm
year ago,
tương
he'd
lai.
still be the same
Cha mẹ luôn yêu thương, luôn sánh bước
David
đến
had
cuối
38,
đường.
strong as an
Cho
ox.
con niềm
No
tin
history
yêu
or
những gì
The
xưa
doctor
cha
shrugged
mẹ
and called it
yêu.
sudden cardiac
Lớn
arrest.
khôn con sẽ
Natural
hiểu
causes, but
những
John
điều
knows better.
mẹ
David
cha
had called him
mong.
2 weeks before.
Bao la hơn biển
Voice
rộng,
tight.
tất cả là
If anything
dành
happens,
cho
David said, don't trust
con.
Ashley. Something's not right, John.
Con
I
của
can't
cha
explain
ngoan
it yet,
nhé,
but something's off.
mau lớn
John had
khôn
told
và
him he was being
trưởng thành.
paranoid. He'd
Như
been
hoa
wrong.
bồ công
Now
anh
Josephine was gone too,
luôn mình
and
trước
Ashley stood
gió.
across from him at the grave,
Khó
dabbing
khăn
at
cha
dry
chẳng
eyes
ngại,
with tissue.
chỉ
Her
mong
black dress
chờ
fit
một
perfectly.
mai.
Her makeup
Hiên ngang trên
immaculate
đường
despite
đời
her
vững
age. She looked like a
con đi
complete
tìm tương
But John had
lai.
watched her.
Cha mẹ
He'd
luôn yêu
seen
thương,
no real
luôn sánh
No
bước đến
collapse of
cuối
heart,
đường.
just a cold,
Cho con
calculated
niềm tin yêu những gì xưa cha mẹ yêu.
murmuring
Lớn khôn con sẽ hiểu
John
những
stayed
điều
close,
mẹ cha
watching the
mong.
cemetery workers
Bao
prepare
la
to
hơn
fill
biển rộng, tất
Ashley
cả
walked
là dành
her
cho
shoes somehow
con.
still clean despite them. John, she said, her voice
Bao la
soft.
hơn
Thank you
biển
for being
rộng,
here.
tất
I know this is
cả
hard for
là
you too.
dành
He looked at her, really looked. Her eyes were steady, no redness, no puffiness. She'd been crying at the service, or pretending to, but now her face was composed, almost relieved. We should clear out her room this week, Ashley continued. I can't bear to see her things lying around. It's too painful. This week, John's voice came out flat. She died 5 days ago, Ashley. I know,
Của
but
cha ngoan
keeping her
nhé,
belongings
mau lớn
away
khôn và trưởng
I need to move
thành.
forward.
Như
My own
hoa
house.
bồ
She
công
touched his
anh
arm.
luôn
You understand?
mình trước
Don't
gió.
you? John pulled away. I'll help you go through her things. Tomorrow. That's very kind, but I can handle it myself. Tomorrow, John repeated. I want to make sure anything that belonged to David stays in the family. Something flickered in Ashley's expression, gone too fast to name. Of course. Tomorrow then. Come by around 10. She walked away, and John watched her go. She climbed into her BMW, started the engine, and drove off without looking back at her daughter's grave. John turned back to the small casket, now halfway covered with earth. I'm sorry, Josie, he whispered. I should have protected you. The next morning, John arrived at Ashley's house at 9:30. The place looked the same as always, a tidy two-story
Những
colonial
tháng ngày
with white
mình dành
siding,
cho
black
nhau.
shutters. David had bought it
Giờ
10
là
years
quá
ago,
khứ,
before the
làm
marriage
ta
went sour,
đớn đau.
before everything went wrong.
Những
Ashley
kỷ
opened the door
niệm
wearing
ngọt ngào
jeans and a
trao
sweater,
nhau.
her hair pulled back.
Chẳng
You're early.
thể nào
The
xóa
traffic was light.
cũng chẳng
John
dễ
stepped inside
phai
without waiting
màu.
for an invitation.
Lúc
The
thức
house
dậy
smelled like
chẳng
clean
thấy
products.
em đâu.
Every surface gleamed. Ashley had always been obsessive about cleanliness, but this was different. This felt like erasure.
Thời gian
I'm
qua
already
tình
started
mình
packing
đậm
some clothes.
sâu
Ashley
bao
said,
càng làm
leading
tim
him
anh
upstairs.
nhói
I thought we
đau
could
em
donate
có
them to
hiểu
the church.
tình ta
Josephine's
phải
room was
giấu
at the end of the hall.
người
John
giờ
had been here a
ở
few
đâu
times over the years,
mình anh
usually
đếm
for
thấu
birthday parties
lòng
and
này
walls.
anh
The
thấu
walls have been painted
tình yêu
purple,
chót
Josie's
sâu
favorite color,
thiếu
covered with
cõi
posters of
lòng
paintings.
chẳng
Her
còn
bookshelf
nữa đâu
overflowed with
tình này
shopping
dở
Now
dang
cardboard boxes
người
set
sang bên ấy để anh
He didn't
nơi
waste time.
này
John said,
chịu đựng
Ashley
đắng
shrugged.
cay
Like I
lòng
said,
đầy
I need
thương
to move
nhớ
John
lỡ
wanted
duyên
it.
kiếp
The
này
covers were stripped
biết còn
mattress
kiếp
bits.
sau
He ran his hand
để mình
along the
thấy
edges.
nhau
What about
một
her
lần
diary?
nữa
Josie
không.
always kept a diary. I didn't find one. She probably stopped writing in it years ago. She was 12, Ashley. 12-year-old girls keep diaries. Well, I haven't seen it. Ashley crossed her arms. If you find it, you're welcome to keep it. Now, can we get started? I have an appointment. They worked in silence, John going through the bookshelf while Ashley emptied the closet. He pulled out each book, fanned the pages, looking
Lúc
for
thức dậy
anything
chẳng
Josie
thấy em đâu
Nothing. He checked her desk
Chẳng
drawers,
còn kề
her
bên
jewelry box,
như lúc
the pockets of
ban
jackets
đầu.
hanging in the closet.
Thời gian
Nothing
qua
day in,
tim
out
mình đậm
Ashley
sâu
kept glancing at
bao
her watch. I
càng
need to
làm
get ready
tim
for my
anh nhói
appointment.
đau
She
em
finally
có
said,
hiểu
Can you finish up here?
tình ta
Just put it
phải
in the
giấu
keep in that box for me.
người giờ
And I'll take the
ở
rest
đâu
of the donation.
mình
Sure,
anh
John
đến
said.
thấu
Take your time.
lòng này
Ashley
anh
left,
thấu
and John heard her
tình
footsteps
yêu
going
chót
down the
sâu
hall.
thiếu
He
cõi
waited until he
lòng
heard the shower start.
chẳng còn nữa đâu tình
He
này
checked the
dở
press behind the
dang
bookshelf.
người sang bên ấy để
How do you
anh
sell?
nơi này
Josie wouldn't have just died.
chịu đựng
Not
đắng
after death.
cay
Not like
lòng
this,
đầy
that he knelt beside
thương
the
nhớ
bed.
lỡ duyên
Dust
kiếp
bunnies and
này
lost socks.
biết còn kiếp sau
He reached further back,
để mình thấy
feeling along the
nhau
underside of the
một
box.
lần
His
nữa
fingers
không
touched something paper crinkled and folded.
tình ta
John
phải
pulled
giấu
a note
người giờ
written
ở
in Josie's
đâu
handwriting. The
mình
letters
anh
big
đến
and
thấu
loopy like a
lòng
child's.
này anh
Uncle,
thấu
if you're reading this, look under the bed
tình
right
yêu
now.
chốn sâu
You'll understand
thiếu
everything was
cõi
working.
lòng
You lay flat on
chẳng
the floor
còn nữa
and
đâu
looked under the bed again.
tình
Put
đã
enough
giáng
on.
dở người
There,
sang
how
bên
far back?
ấy để anh nơi
He
này
dragged it out.
chịu đựng đắng cay
Inside
lòng
was
đầy thương nhớ lỡ duyên kiếp này
A broken necklace,
biết còn
clasp
kiếp sau
and a small flash
để
drive,
mình thấy
the kind you
nhau
buy from
một lần
John
nữa
showered He
không
shoved the box under his coat, grabbed a few books from the shelf, and was standing by the door when Ashley emerged from her room.
để mình thấy
Find anything you
nhau.
want, she asked. Just some books I gave her. I'll take those.
Chẳng
That's
còn
fine. Ashley smiled. Thank you for helping, John. I know this isn't easy. No, John said, heading for the stairs. It's not. He drove home with the shoebox on the passenger seat, waiting like a bomb ready to explode. In his apartment, he locked the door and sat at his kitchen table. For a long moment, he just stared at the box. Then he opened the diary. The first entries were normal, complaining about school,
Với
writing
YouTube
about
Premium,
friends,
xem video
talking
không
about
quảng cáo,
abortion.
không cần internet
But about
và
6
tiếp tục
months
xem
ago,
ngay cả khi
his
bạn
phone
rời khỏi
changed.
ứng dụng. Đồng
Mom's
thời,
been
nhạc
acting
không quảng cáo trên ứng
She's
dụng
on the phone
Music.
all the
Đúng vậy,
time,
mỗi
talking
thành
in her
viên
room
hai
with
ứng
the
dụng
post. Dad
dễ
asked
dàng
her
chuyển đổi
about
thiết
it,
bị để
and they
xem
had a
video về
huge
chất lượng cao
fight.
nhất ở
I
mọi
heard him
đâu.
say something about money
Cài
being
đặt
gone
tải
from
xuống tự
their
động để xem video
Mom
yêu
said he
thích
was being
bất cứ khi nào bạn muốn.
But I checked later
Và
and
bắt
saw the
video
bank
ngay cả khi
statements
tắt
on
màn hình
Dad's.
hoặc dùng ứng
There's a
dụng
lot
khác.
of money missing.
Vô vàn điều
John
kiện khác
looked
đang chờ bạn
forward
khám
to
phá
Dad's
với Premium.
reports.
Dùng thử
He looks
miễn phí
tired
một
all the
tháng ngay.
time. He told me if anything ever happened to him, I should tell Uncle John that Mom can't be trusted. He said to be careful and write everything down. I don't understand what's happening, but I'm scared. Further ahead, a week before David died, that I heard Mom on the phone again. She was talking to some man, not Dad. She said, we have to get rid of the problem. I think she meant Dad. I recorded on my phone. I'm gonna hide everything just in case. The entry stopped 3 days before Devin's death. The last one read, I try to tell Uncle John,
Anh
but Mom
làm em
won't let me
khóc
see him alone
nữa
anymore.
rồi
If something happens to me too, I
sao
left
em
everything
làm
over
anh
there.
đau lòng
Uncle
nữa
John will know
em
what to
mơ
do. John's hands trembled as he closed the diary.
em
He picked
trao
up the flash
tặng anh
drive
chữ
and plugged it into his
phản
laptop
bội
.6 audio files.
rồi
appeared.
mang tình
He
yêu
clicked the first one.
đến bên
Josie's
người coi
voice
em
filled the
như trò
room,
chơi
young and frightened. This is October
Anh
15th.
là người
I'm
nói
recording this
chia
because
tay.
Mom doesn't know I can
Anh
hear
là
her when she
người
talks in her
nói
room,
yêu anh
but the
có
big carry
như
sound from her
không
bedroom.
may.
She's on the phone with someone.
Mà
I'm gonna hold my
nay em
phone
lại
up to
quay bước về
silence.
nơi
Then
này.
Ashley's voice, muffled
Nói
and
yêu
clear.
anh vu
I don't
vơ
care if it's
khi em
risky.
say
We waited
thật
long enough.
say.
The insurance
Mình
policy
là
is
người yêu cũ, yêu
But if we
nhau
find out
trong
what we
quá
can do,
khứ
it's
rồi.
over.
Đêm mai
A man's
chưa phản
voice
bội,
can distort
anh
twice.
đau lòng lắm
Are you sure about
em
this?
ơi.
There's no going
Anh
back.
giờ đã
I'm
thay
sure,
đổi,
Ashley said.
chẳng
Let's
giống
make it look
khi
natural.
xưa
Heart
nữa
attack,
rồi.
stroke, something
Chẳng
like
còn
that.
là
He's
kẻ
got high blood
ngốc
pressure.
mang hạnh
No
phúc
one will
cho
question.
em
The
đùa
recording
chơi.
cut off.
Họ
John
phản
sat
bội
there,
em sao?
barely breathing,
Trong tim
played
em
everything.
thấy thế
More
nào?
conversation between
Có cảm
Ashley
giác nghẹn ngào,
Planet.
tổn thương hay
How to
thấy
access life
gượng
insurance.
gạo.
How to
Anh
forge
ngày
documents.
xưa như thế
The last
đây,
recording was
nhưng
from
anh
2
không
weeks
muốn em
after
như vậy.
Ashley and
Vì em là
talking
người
about
con
school
gái ấy
and the girl
anh
they
từng
had passed.
yêu.
She doesn't know anything, Ashley said. She's just a kid, but I'll watch her. John ejected the flash drive and held it in his fist. Murder. Ashley had murdered David, and Josie knew. That's why Josie died too. He grabbed his phone and called Eldon Price. Eldon had worked with David at the lumber mill for 15 years. If anyone knew about David's last days, it would be him. John. Eldon's voice was gruff, surprised.
Ai
How you
là
holding up?
người
I need to
đã
talk to you.
nói
Today,
chia tay?
can you meet me? Yeah, sure.
Ai
What's
là
going
người
on?
nói
Out on
yêu
the
anh
phone.
có
Can you
nhưng
come to my
không
place?
may.
Give me 30 minutes. Eldon
Mà nay
arrived
em
45
lại
minutes
quay
later,
bước về
smelling
nơi
sawdust
này.
and cigarettes.
Nói
He was a
yêu
big
anh
man
vu
with
vơ
barrel
khi
chest,
em
with
say
calloused
thật
hands.
say. Mình
He
là
knew
người
David
yêu
was
cũ,
friends.
yêu nhau trong quá khứ
John poured
rồi.
coffee. He
Đêm
sat at
mai
the
chưa phản bội,
What's this about?
anh đau
Eldon
lòng
asked.
lắm
John slipped
em
the
ơi.
diary across the
Anh giờ đã
Read the
thay
mark
đổi, chẳng
Eldon
giống khi
pulled
xưa
reading
nữa
glasses from
rồi.
his pocket.
Chẳng còn là.
His jaw tightened. When he finished, he looked up. Jesus, John, where'd you get this? Josie hid it under her bed. Along with these, John showed him the flash drive. Recordings of Ashley planning David's murder. Eldon's face went white. Play them. John played all 6 recordings. When they finished, Eldon stood and walked to the window, hands shaking. That woman, he said, his voice rough. That evil woman. Did David say anything to you before he died? John asked. Anything about Ashley? Eldon turned around. Yeah, he did. About 3 weeks before he passed, he came to me at work, pulled me aside during lunch, said he thought Ashley was stealing from him. He'd found discrepancies in their bank statements, money being moved around without his permission. He confronted her, and she acted like he was crazy, but he knew something was wrong. Did he go to the police? He was planning to. He wanted to gather more evidence first, make sure he had everything lined up. He told me. Eldon's voice cracked. He told me if anything happened to him, to check Ashley carefully. He said she'd been acting strange, distant. He thought she might be having an affair. She was, John said, with whoever she hired to kill him. What are you going to do with these recordings? I'm going to make her pay. John's voice was cold, final. But I need more evidence. Recordings alone might not be enough, especially if her lawyer argues they're out of context or edited. I need financial records, proof of the forgeries, proof of the affair. I'll help, Eldon said immediately. Whatever you need. I need you to tell me everything David told you. Every detail. And I need names. Who were David's friends? Who did he trust? Someone else must have seen something. Eldon nodded. I'll make some calls. David had a lot of friends in this town. If Ashley's been as sloppy as these recordings suggest, someone's seen something. They talked for another hour, John taking notes, building a timeline. When Eldon left, John sat alone in the gathering dark, the diary and flash drive on the table in front of him. He thought about calling the police right now, handing over everything. But would it be enough? Ashley was smart. She'd covered her tracks well enough to get away with murder once already. If she had a good lawyer, she might twist things, claim the recordings were faked, claim Josie was a disturbed child making things up, and oh. John needed more. He needed proof that would bury her so deep she'd never see daylight again. His phone rang. Eldon. I called Ed Harper, Eldon said. Ed owned the bar where David used to grab beers on Friday nights. He remembers Ashley meeting some guy there back around the time David died. Young guy, slick looking. They always sat in the back corner, real cozy. Ed thought it was weird since everyone in town knew she was married, but he figured it wasn't his business. Can Ed identify him? Maybe. He says he could probably pick him out of a lineup. The guy came a few times, always meeting Ashley. Give me his number. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Already texted it to you. There's something else. David's neighbor, Mrs. Chun. Wait, you said not to use that name. Mrs. Morrison. She lives next door to where David used to live with Ashley. She called me back. Said she saw a strange car parked outside the house the night before David died. Man sitting in it for hours just watching. She thought about calling the police, but figured it was someone Ashley knew. John's pulse quickened. Did she see the plates? Partial. She wrote it down because it seemed suspicious. I'll get it from her and send it to you. Good. This is good, Eldon. Keep digging. John. Eldon's voice softened. You're doing right by them. By David and Josie both. I should have done it a year ago. You didn't know. None of us did. But we know now. John hung up and stared at his notes. Names, dates, connections. The outline of a conspiracy starting to take shape. Ashley thought she'd gotten away with it. She thought burying Josie meant burying the evidence. She was wrong. The next morning, John drove to Maple Ridge Elementary, the school where Josie spent 6 years, where she learned to read and write and discovered her love of science. The parking lot was empty except for a few cars belonging to teachers who came in early. John found the main office and asked for Cleo Ramirez. The secretary made a call, and a few minutes later, a woman in her 30s appeared. She had dark curly hair pulled into a bun, wearing a cardigan over a floral dress. Her eyes were red-rimmed, like she'd been crying recently. Mr. Holt? She said. I'm Cleo Ramirez. I taught Josephine science last year. Can we talk somewhere private? She led him to an empty classroom, closing the door behind them. They sat at desks meant for children. John's knees cramped against the underside. I'm so sorry about Josie, Cleo said. She was one of my favorite students. Brilliant girl, curious about everything. That's why I'm here, John said. Did Josie ever talk to you about her home life? Cleo's expression shifted, guarded now. What do you mean? Did she ever say she felt unsafe? A long pause. Cleo looked down at her hands. Mr. Holt, I'm not sure I should, please. John leaned forward. Josie's dead. My brother's dead. I think Ashley had something to do with both. But I need proof. If Josie told you anything at all, I need to know. Cleo's eyes filled with tears. She came to me about 3 months ago. Said she was scared. That her mother was acting strange. That she'd heard her mother talking about hurting someone. I thought, God help me, I thought she was just upset about her parents' divorce. I told her maybe she'd misunderstood. I should have listened better. It's not your fault. I should have reported it. Should have called someone. But she begged me not to tell her mother. Said it would make things worse. Did she say anything specific? She said she'd found something. Papers, I think. Financial documents. She asked me what forgery meant. I explained it was when someone signs another person's name without permission. She went pale. I asked her where she heard the word, and she said she'd seen it in a movie. Cleo wiped her eyes, but I knew she was lying. She'd found something real. Did she mention anything about bank accounts? Insurance policies? She asked me how life insurance worked. Said her dad had a big policy and her mom kept talking about it. I told her it was money that gets paid out when someone dies. She looked terrified. John pulled out a notebook. Do you remember when these conversations happened? Exact dates. The one about forgery was in early August. The insurance question was September, maybe mid-September. John wrote it down. Is there anything else? Anything she said or did that seemed unusual? Cleo thought for a moment. She stopped doing her homework about a month before she died. Just completely stopped. I pulled her aside and asked if everything was okay at home. She said her mom was watching her all the time, that she couldn't do anything without her mom knowing. She looked exhausted, like she wasn't sleeping. I offered to call her mother for a conference, and she panicked. Made me promise not to call. So I didn't. You have nothing to feel guilty about, John said. You tried to help, but it wasn't enough. John stood. It is now. What you've told me helps build the case. If the police question you, tell them everything you just told me. The police. Cleo stood too. You're going to the police? Once I have enough evidence, yes. Good. Cleo said fiercely. That woman shouldn't get away with this. Josie was a sweet, smart, wonderful girl. She deserved so much better. John left the school with his notebook full of new information. Back in his truck, he made a call to Ed Harper, the bar owner. They agreed to meet at the bar that afternoon. Ed's Tavern sat on the edge of town, a low brick building with neon signs and windows. Inside, it smelled like old beer and fried food. Ed himself was behind the bar, a lean man in his 60s with white hair and sharp eyes. "You must be John," he said, extending a hand. "Eldon told me you'd be coming by. Thanks for meeting with me. Anything for David's family. Good man, your brother. Real shame what happened." Ed poured 2 cups of coffee and led John to a booth in the back corner. "This is where they used to sit. Ashley and that guy. Tell me about him. Started seeing him around late summer, maybe early fall last year. Always came in around 7, ordered a beer, sat in this booth. Ashley would show up 10 minutes later. They'd talk for an hour or 2, real quiet, heads together. At first I thought maybe he was a lawyer or something, but the way they acted, touching hands, sitting too close, it was clear there was something else going on. What did he look like? Late 30s, maybe 40. Brown hair, average height. Dressed nice, like he had money. Wore a gold watch, I remember that. And he drove a black SUV, one of those expensive ones. Did you ever hear what they talked about? Bits and pieces. One night, I was clearing tables nearby and heard them arguing. Well, Ashley was arguing. The guy looked nervous. She said something like, "I'm not waiting any longer. You promised this would be over by now." And he said, "These things take time. We have to be careful." She said if he couldn't do it, she'd find someone who could. John's blood ran cold. When was this? 2 weeks before David died. I remember because it was the same night we had that big storm, knocked out power for an hour. Did you see them together after David died? Once. They met here about a week after the funeral. Ashley was all smiles. They had champagne like they were celebrating. Made me sick to watch, but I kept my mouth shut. Not my place to judge. Would you be willing to testify about what you saw? Ed nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. David was a good customer, good man. If that woman had something to do with his death, she should pay for it. John finished his coffee and shook Ed's hand. "Thank you. This helps more than you know." "One more thing," Ed said. "I kept security footage from the bar. We record everything. Keep it for about a year in case there's trouble. If you want, I can pull the footage from when they were meeting here." "Yes," John said immediately. "Can you burn it to a disk? Give me a day or 2. I'll get you everything I've got." John left the bar and drove to the local library. He needed to access public records, see if there was anything about Ashley's financial history or the man she'd been meeting with. The librarian helped him set up at a computer, and he spent the next 3 hours searching. He found property records showing Ashley had tried to sell David's land 2 months after his death, but the sale was blocked by probate. He found records of the life insurance policy, $200,000, paid out to Ashley as the beneficiary. He found business registrations showing David had owned a small contracting company, which Ashley now controlled. But the most damning discovery came from the county clerk's office records. 3 weeks before David died, Ashley had updated his will, filing documents that made her sole executor and primary beneficiary. The signature looked like David's, but John knew his brother's handwriting. This was close, but not perfect. The loops were too tight, the slant was wrong. Forgery. Just like Josie suspected, John took photos of everything with his phone, documenting page numbers and filing dates. Then he searched property records for the partial plate number Mrs. Morrison had given Eldon. It took time, cross-referencing with vehicle registrations, but finally he found a match. Black SUV, registered to Trent Calloway, age 39, address in Portland. John searched the name and found a website, Calloway Financial Services, private investment consultant, which meant he had access to people's money. People like David. John's hands curled into fists. This was the man, the one helping Ashley steal from David. Maybe the one who killed him, that he called Eldon. I found him. Trent Calloway, financial consultant from Portland. He's got a website, office address, everything. What are you going to do? I'm going to talk to him. John, that's not a good idea. If he's dangerous, I'm not confronting him. Just watching. I need to know if he's still in contact with Ashley. Then I'm coming with you. Eldon, I'm coming, Eldon said firmly. You're not doing this alone. They drove to Portland the next day in John's truck, following GPS to a commercial building downtown. Callaway Financial Services was on the 3rd floor. They parked across the street and waited at T530. Trent Callaway emerged. He matched Ed's description: brown hair, expensive clothes, gold watch. He climbed into a black SUV and drove off. John and Eldon followed, keeping 3 cars back. Callaway drove to an upscale restaurant on the waterfront. He went inside, and John parked where they could see the entrance. 10 minutes later, Ashley arrived. She was wearing a red dress, hairstyled, makeup perfect. She kissed Callaway on the cheek when she met him at the door. Got you, John whispered. He took photos with his phone as they sat at a window table, laughing and drinking wine. They looked like a couple celebrating. No grief for Josie. No sadness at all. After an hour, they left together. John followed them to a hotel nearby. Ashley and Callaway went inside, and they didn't come back out. We should go, Eldon said quietly. We've got what we need. John drove home in silence, jaw clenched. Eldon didn't try to make conversation. Back in John's apartment, they spread everything out on the table. Josie's diary, the flash drive, photos from the bar, photos from tonight, property records, insurance documents, testimony from Ed and Cleo, the partial plate number. This is enough, Eldon said. You can take this to the police. Not yet, John said. I need to confront her first. What? Because I want her to know she didn't get away with it. I want to see her face when she realizes everything's falling apart. John, that could be dangerous. If she's willing to kill, she won't try anything with me. Too obvious. Too many people know I've been asking questions. John looked at Eldon. But you're right that I shouldn't go alone. Will you come with me? Of course I will. When? Tomorrow. I'll call her tonight. Tell her I need to discuss David's estate. Make it sound official. She'll meet with me. And then I tell her I know everything. Give her a chance to confess. If she doesn't, I go straight to the police. She won't confess. Probably not, John agreed. But I need to try. For David. For Josie. John called Ashley that night. She answered on the 3rd ring, her voice sleepy. John, it's late. Is something wrong? I need to talk to you about David's estate. There are some documents I found that don't make sense. A pause. What kind of documents? I'd rather discuss it in person. Can we meet tomorrow? Your place, maybe 10 o'clock. I have a busy day tomorrow. This is important, Ashley. It's about money that should have gone to Josie. I think there might have been some mistakes made, and I want to make sure everything gets sorted out properly. Another pause. Fine, 10 o'clock, but I can't give you more than an hour. That's all I'll need. He hung up and stared at the phone. His hands weren't shaking anymore. The fear and grief had burned away, leaving only cold determination. Ashley had taken everything from him, his brother, his niece. Tomorrow, he'd start taking it back. The next morning, John and Eldon arrived at Ashley's house at 9:50. The BMW was in the driveway, the house silent. John knocked, and Ashley opened the door. She was wearing jeans and a blouse, looking casual but put together. John and Eldon. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. I didn't realize you'd be bringing company. Eldon knew David better than anyone. I thought he should be here for this conversation. Ashley stepped back, letting them in. They sat in the living room, John and Eldon on the couch, Ashley in an armchair. She crossed her legs and folded her hands in her lap. So what's this about? John pulled out a folder from his bag. Inside were copies of the property records, the forged will, bank statements showing unauthorized withdrawals. He laid them on a coffee table. I found some irregularities in David's financial records. Money being moved without his authorization. His will being changed without his knowledge. I'm wondering if you know anything about that. Ashley glanced at the papers, but didn't touch them. I have no idea what you're talking about. David and I managed our finances together. There were no irregularities. Really? Because according to these bank statements, $50,000 was transferred out of your joint account 3 months before he died. Transferred into an account he didn't know about. That was for home repairs. David approved it. There's no record of any home repairs being done. Ashley's jaw tightened. John, I don't appreciate these accusations. I love David. His death devastated me. Did it? John leaned forward. Because for what I've found, you've been planning this for a long time. Stealing from him. Forging documents. And when he started to catch on, you decided to get rid of him. That's insane. Is it? John pulled out photos from Ed's tavern. These are you and Trent Calloway at a bar downtown. Taken last fall, before David died. Ed Harper remembers you two meeting there regularly. He remembers you arguing about how long it was taking to get rid of the problem. Ashley's face went pale. You've been spying on me. I've been investigating. There's a difference. This is harassment. I want you to leave. Not until we're finished. John pulled out more photos. This is you and Calloway last night. Dinner, then a hotel. You don't look like a grieving widow to me, Ashley. You look like someone celebrating. Get out of my house. Josie knew, John said quietly. She found the bank statements. She heard you on the phone with Calloway, planning David's murder. She recorded it all and hid it under her bed. That's why she's dead too, isn't it? Because she knew too much. Ashley stood up. You need to leave right now, or I'm calling the police. Call them, John said, standing. Because that's exactly where I'm going next. I have recordings, Ashley. Josie's recordings. Your voice, clear as day, telling Calloway to kill David and make it look like a heart attack. I have financial records showing you've been stealing from him for months. I have witnesses who saw you with Calloway. I have proof of forgery. I have everything. Ashley's face crumpled. For a moment, she looked genuinely frightened. Then the mask slipped back into place. You have nothing. Some fake recordings made by a disturbed child and circumstantial evidence. No prosecutor will touch this. You sure about that? John asked. Because I'm pretty confident. Confident enough to hand everything over to the police today. Let them decide. This is because you can't accept that David died naturally. You're looking for someone to blame. I'm blaming the person responsible. You killed him for insurance money and to cover up your theft. Then you killed Josie because she figured it out. You're a murderer, Ashley, and you're not going to get away with it. Get out, Ashley hissed. Get out now. I'm leaving, John said. But you should know, I'm done being patient. I'm done waiting. By tomorrow, everyone in this town will know what you did. The police, the lawyers, everyone. Whatever life you thought you'd have with Calloway and David's money, it's over. He walked to the door, Eldon following. Ashley stood frozen in the living room, her face twisted with rage and fear. Outside, John took a deep breath. His heart was hammering, adrenaline flooding his system. That went well, Eldon said drily. She didn't even try to deny it. Did you see her face when I mentioned the recordings? I saw. She knows she's caught. John pulled out his phone. Time to call the police. He dialed the non-emergency number and asked to speak to a detective. They transferred him, and a gruff voice answered. Detective Morrison, how can I help you? My name is John Holt. I have evidence related to a murder case. 2 murder cases, actually. My brother, David Holt, died last year, and my niece, Josephine Holt, died last week. I have proof that they were both killed by David's ex-wife, Ashley Holt. A pause. What kind of evidence? Audio recordings of her planning the murders. Financial records showing theft and forgery. Witness testimony. Photos. Everything you need to make an arrest. That's a serious accusation, Mr. Holt. I know. That's why I'm bringing you solid proof. Can I come to the station? Give me an hour. I'll have a meeting room set up. Thank you, detective. John hung up and looked at Eldon. It's happening. It's really happening. You did good, John. David will be proud. I haven't done anything yet. Not until she's behind bars. They drove to the police station, a squat concrete building near the courthouse. Detective Morrison met them in the lobby, a heavy-set man with gray hair and tired eyes. He led them to a small room with a table and chairs. Let's see what you've got, Morrison said. John laid it all out. The diary, the flash drive with recordings, the financial documents, the photos, Ed's testimony, Cleo's testimony, the forged will, the insurance policy, everything piece by piece, building the case. Morrison listened without interrupting, taking notes. When John finished, the detective sat back and rubbed his face. This is substantial, Morrison said. I'll need to verify some of these documents. interview the witnesses myself. But if everything checks out, we've got enough for an arrest warrant. How long will that take? A few days, maybe a week. We'll need to move carefully. If Ashley's suspects were coming, she might run. She already knows I'm going to the police. I told her. Morrison frowned. That wasn't smart, Mr. Holt. I wanted her to know. I wanted her to be afraid. Well, she probably is, which means she might do something desperate. Morrison stood. I'm going to start processing this immediately. In the meantime, stay away from her. Don't try to contact her. Don't follow her. Let us handle it from here. Will you keep me updated? As much as I can. But this is an active investigation now. There are limits to what I can share. John shook Morrison's hand. Thank you, Detective. Don't thank me yet. We still have work to do. 3 days passed. John barely slept, waiting for news. Eldon checked in twice a day, but there was nothing to report. Morrison had said to be patient, that building a solid case took time. Out on the 4th day, Morrison called. We've got the warrant. We're moving on Ashley's house this afternoon. Thought you'd want to know. Can I be there? Outside only. You can't interfere. I understand. What time? 3 o'clock. Meet us at the end of her street. John drove to Ashley's neighborhood at 2:30. Police cars were already gathering. 3 cruisers, 2 unmarked sedans. Morrison stood talking to uniformed officers, pointing at a map. At T 3 o'clock sharp, they moved. John watched from his truck as officers surrounded the house. Morrison knocked on the door. After a moment, Ashley opened it. Even from a distance, John could see her face go white. Morrison showed her the warrant. She tried to close the door, but officers pushed past her, moving into the house. More officers went around back. John saw them carrying boxes out, files, computers, bags of evidence. 15 minutes later, Morrison emerged with Ashley in handcuffs. She was crying now, mascara running down her face, yelling about lawyers and false arrest. They put her in the back of a cruiser and drove away. John sat in his truck, hands gripping the steering wheel, and let out a long breath. It wasn't over. The trial was still ahead. But this was a start. This was just its beginning. His phone rang. Eldon, did they get her? Yes, John said. They got her. The arrest made the local news that night. John watched the broadcast from his apartment, seeing footage of Ashley being led away in cuffs. The reporter mentioned charges of fraud, theft, and conspiracy. Murder charges were pending, subject to further investigation. That John's phone didn't stop ringing. Friends of David calling to express shock and support. Neighbors wanting details. Reporters asking for interviews. He ignored most of them, answering only when Eldon or Detective Morrison called. We found additional evidence at her house. Morrison told him 2 days after the arrest. Financial documents hidden in her bedroom. Correspondence with Calloway discussing the insurance payout. And we found traces of a drug in her medicine cabinet. Something that could cause cardiac arrest if administered correctly. The same drug that killed David and Josie. The medical examiner is reviewing the autopsy reports now, looking for traces. But it's promising. We also brought Calloway in for questioning. He lawyered up immediately, wouldn't talk. But we froze his bank accounts and found large deposits matching the insurance payout timeline. So he's going down too. Eventually. Right now we're focused on building the case against Ashley. Calloway will come later. The next week, the prosecutor's office called. They wanted to meet with John, prepare him for trial. He drove to the courthouse and sat in a conference room with 2 lawyers, Amanda Pierce, the lead prosecutor, and her assistant, David Wong. Mr. Holt, thank you for coming in, Amanda said. She was 40-ish, sharp-eyed, with gray hair pulled into a tight bun. We're moving forward with charges against Ashley Holt. Murder in the first degree for David Holt. Murder in the first degree for Josephine Holt. Multiple counts of fraud, forgery, and theft. Wins the trial. For months, assuming no delays. We're building a strong case, but we need you to be prepared. Defense will go after you hard. Try to paint you as a bitter brother-in-law with a grudge. They'll question the authenticity of the recordings, claim Josie was mentally unstable, argue that the evidence is circumstantial. But you have enough to convict. We believe so. The recordings are powerful. Combined with the financial evidence and witness testimony, we have a compelling narrative. But juries are unpredictable. We need to be thorough. John met with Amanda and David 3 more times over the next month, going over every detail of the evidence, preparing for testimony. They coached him on how to stay calm under cross-examination, how to stick to facts, how to avoid getting emotional. Emotion can hurt us, Amanda said. The defense will try to provoke you, make you look unstable or vindictive. Don't take the bait. Stay focused. John nodded. He could do that. He'd been focused for months now, driven by cold determination rather than hot anger. That wouldn't change just because he was in a courtroom. The trial began on a cold February morning. John sat in the front row of the gallery, Eldon beside him. The courtroom was packed. Reporters, curious townspeople, friends of David. Ashley sat at the defense table in a conservative Navy suit, looking smaller somehow. Defeated. Her lawyer was a slick man from Portland, expensive suit and practiced smile. The jury was seated, 7 women, 5 men, ranging from early 20s to late 60s. They looked like regular people. John hoped they'd see through Ashley's act. Amanda Pierce stood for opening statements. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about greed. Pure, simple greed. Ashley Holt killed her husband for insurance money. When her daughter discovered the truth, Ashley killed her too. The evidence will show a calculated, cold-blooded murderer who put money above family, above everything. The defense lawyer, Roland Harper, stood next. This case is about grief and conspiracy theories. John Holt, devastated by the loss of his brother and niece, has constructed an elaborate fantasy to cope with his pain. The evidence is flimsy, the recordings questionable, the witnesses unreliable. Ashley Holt is a grieving mother, not a murderer. By the end of this trial, you'll see that. The prosecution called witnesses. Ed Harper testified about seeing Ashley with Calloway at the bar, overhearing their arguments. Cleo Ramirez testified about Josie's fears, her questions about forgery and insurance. The medical examiner testified about traces of a cardiac drug found in David's and Josie's systems, a drug that matched what was found in Ashley's home. Detective Morrison testified about the financial records, the forged documents, the pattern of theft. Then Amanda played the recordings. The courtroom went silent as Josie's frightened voice filled the space, followed by Ashley's cold planning. Several jury members looked horrified. One woman covered her mouth. When it was the defense's turn, Roland Harper tried to discredit everything. He brought in an audio expert who claimed the recordings could have been edited. He questioned Ed's memory, suggested he was mistaken about what he'd heard. He portrayed Josie as a troubled child with an overactive imagination. But when he tried to suggest David's death was natural, Amanda countered with the medical evidence. The drug traces, the timing. The insurance policy updated just weeks before his death died on the 10th day of trial. John was called to testify. He walked to the stand, was sworn in, and sat down. Amanda approached, her expression kind. Mr. Holt, can you tell us about your relationship with your brother David? John spoke steadily. David was my best friend. We grew up together, stayed close even as adults. He was a good man, honest, hardworking. He loved his daughter more than anything. Did he ever express concerns about his wife? Yes. About 2 weeks before he died, he called me. Said something wasn't right with Ashley. That money was missing. He asked me to watch out for Josie if anything happened to him. Did you take that seriously? At the time, no. I thought he was stressed, maybe being paranoid. I told him to talk to Ashley, work it out. I regret that now. Amanda walked him through the discovery of the note, the evidence under the bed, the investigation. John kept his answers short, factual. When Roland Harper stood for cross-examination, John braced himself. Mr. Holt, isn't it true you never liked Ashley? That's not true. You thought she wasn't good enough for your brother. I thought they had problems. Most couples do. You blamed her for their divorce. I blamed both of them. Marriage takes 2 people. And when your brother died, you were angry. Yes, angry at the world. Angry at God. Looking for someone to blame. Angry at whoever killed him. But you had no proof he was killed. The medical examiner ruled it a heart attack. The medical examiner didn't know about the drug traces. Didn't know about the theft. Didn't know about the conspiracy. Alleged conspiracy, Mr. Holt. Alleged. John met his eyes. She killed him. She killed Josie. And all the fancy lawyer talk in the world won't change that. Roland tried to shake him, asking the same questions in different ways, but John didn't waver. When he was dismissed, he returned to his seat, hands steady. The trial lasted 3 weeks. More witnesses, more evidence, more arguments. Ashley never took the stand. Her lawyer wouldn't allow it. But John could see the jury turning against her. The way they looked at her, skeptical and cold. Finally, closing arguments. Amanda Pierce stood before the jury. You've heard the evidence. You've seen the documents. You've heard the recordings in Josephine's own voice, documenting her mother's crimes. Ashley Holt is guilty of murder. She killed for money, then killed her own daughter to cover it up. Don't let her get away with it. Bring justice for David and Josephine. Roland Harper made his closing argument, trying to cast doubt, but it sounded hollow now. The evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for 2 days. John waited in the courthouse hallway, unable to eat or sleep. Eldon sat with him, saying little, just being present. When the jury returned, the courtroom filled again. Ashley sat at the defense table, face pale, hands trembling. The judge asked the foreman to read the verdict. In the case of Estate versus Ashley Holt, Count 1, murder in the first degree of David Holt. We find the defendant guilty. Ashley gasped, tears starting. Count 2, murder in the first degree of Josephine Holt. We find the defendant guilty. She collapsed forward, sobbing into her hands. Her lawyer put a hand on her shoulder, but she shook him off. The foreman continued through all the charges. Guilty, guilty, guilty. John sat motionless, feeling nothing. No triumph, no relief, just a deep, bone-tired exhaustion. The judge set sentencing for 2 weeks later. Ashley was remanded to custody, led away in handcuffs, still crying. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed, but John pushed past them. He climbed into his truck and sat there, hands on the steering wheel, staring at nothing. Eldon knocked on the window. John unlocked the door, and Eldon climbed in. It's over, Eldon said. Not yet. Still sentencing. You know what I mean. She's going to prison. She'll never hurt anyone again. John nodded. Yeah, David will be proud of you. I just did what needed doing. They sat in silence for a while. Then John started the engine. Let's go get a drink. I could use one. 2 weeks later, the courtroom filled again for sentencing. The judge, a stern woman in her 60s, looked down at Ashley. Mrs. Holt, you've been found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, multiple counts of fraud, forgery, and theft. Your actions were calculated, cold-blooded, and showed a complete disregard for human life. You killed your husband for money. When your daughter discovered your crimes, you killed her too, silencing a child to protect yourself. I've rarely seen such depravity in my courtroom. Ashley was crying again, shoulders shaking. I hereby sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole for each murder charge, to be served consecutively. Additional sentences for the fraud and theft charges will run concurrently. You will spend the rest of your life behind bars, where you can harm no one else. The gavel fell. Ashley was led away, still sobbing. John watched her go, feeling nothing. Outside, Amanda Pierce shook his hand. Justice served, Mr. Holt. Thank you for your work on this. Thank you for never giving up. Most people would have let this go, accepted the official explanations. You didn't. That made all the difference. John nodded and walked away. Eldon fell in a step beside him. What now? Eldon asked. Now I figure out how to live with it. 3 months later, John stood in David's old house. The bank had foreclosed after Ashley's arrest, but John bought it at auction. He spent weeks cleaning, repainting, fixing what time and neglect had broken. Josie's room was purple again, her books back on the shelves. He'd framed some of her drawings, hung them on the walls. Her diary sat on the desk, along with her favorite stuffed bear. The room was a memorial now, preserved as she'd left it. John sat on her bed and looked around. The pain was still there. It would always be there. But it was manageable now. Purposeful. He'd started a foundation in Devin and Josie's names, helping kids in dangerous home situations, funding investigations into suspicious deaths, making sure other families didn't get destroyed the way his had. His phone rang. Detective Morrison. John, thought you'd want to know. We arrested Trent Calloway this morning. Built enough evidence for conspiracy to commit murder. He's looking at 20 to life. Good, John said. He deserves it. You did good work on this case. Ever think about becoming a private investigator? We could use someone like you. I'll think about it. John hung up and stood. He walked through the house, remembering David's laughter, Josie's smile. They were gone, but their memory was alive. Protected, and Ashley would rot in prison for what she'd done. No forgiveness, no mercy, just cold, final justice. John locked the door behind him and drove home. The fight was over. He'd won, but the cost had been everything. Still, he'd do it all again. For family, for truth, for justice. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The rain hammered against the workshop roof in steady sheets. William Mercer ran his hand along the length of oak, checking for imperfections in the grain. His fingers knew with the way other men knew people. Every flaw, every hidden strength. At 38, he'd built half the cabinets in this town and repaired twice as many broken doors. Quiet work, honest work, the kind that let a man think or try not to think 3 months since Oliver died. 3 months of waking up and forgetting for half a second before the weight crushed down again. His brother, gone. The police called it an accident, a fall down the stairs in his own house. Tragic, simple, case closed. William set down his plane and stared at the rain streaming past the window. Something about it had never sat right. Oliver was careful, always had been, even as kids. The brother who checked twice before crossing streets, who kept his tools organized, who never left anything to chance that a bang at the door made him turn. Uncle William. The door flew open. Daniel stumbled in, soaked through, his 13-year-old frame shaking. Not from cold, from fear. William crossed the workshop in 3 strides. What happened? Daniel's face was white, his eyes too wide. Water dripped from his hair onto the sawdust floor. He tried to speak, choked on the words, tried again. We have to go. Right now. Please. William gripped the boy's shoulders. Breathe. Tell me. Mom. Daniel's voice cracked. She killed Dad. The words hung in the air between them. William's hands went numb. What? I heard her. On the phone. She was yelling at someone, and I heard her say... Daniel's breath came in gasps. She said she was glad Dad was finally out of the way. She said, Uncle William. She said she couldn't let you interfere with what's coming. William's mind spun. Rose, his brother's wife. The woman who smiled at family dinners and organized fundraisers at school. But he'd seen the other side too. The way she'd look at Oliver sometimes, like he was dirt on her shoe. The comments she'd make, sweet-voiced and poisonous. Oliver's doing the best he can, bless his heart. Always in front of people. Always designed to cut. Where is she now? At home. She doesn't know I left. Uncle William, she's planning something. For you. I heard her say your name. William looked at his nephew. Really looked. The terror in Daniel's eyes wasn't the kind kids faked. This was raw. Real. Go to the truck. What? Now. Get in the truck. Daniel ran. William grabbed his jacket, his wallet, his keys. His mind worked through the problem like cutting joints in wood. Measure twice. Think it through. But there wasn't time to think. If Daniel was right. If even half of what he'd heard was true. He locked the workshop and climbed into his pickup. Daniel sat pressed against the passenger door, shaking. William started the engine. Put your seatbelt on. The boy obeyed with fumbling hands. William pulled onto the road, tires spraying rainwater. He didn't head toward town. Not yet. First, he needed distance. Space to think. Tell me exactly what you heard. Daniel stared straight ahead. I came home from school. She was in the kitchen on the phone. I heard her voice. She sounded angry. Really angry. I stopped in the hallway. And she said, I'm glad Oliver's finally out of the way. He was always so weak. Always so useless. Daniel's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Then she said, William's the problem now. He won't let me do what needs to be done. We have to handle him. The windshield wipers beat back and forth. William's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Who was she talking to? I don't know. A man, I think. She called him honey at the end. Something cold settled in William's chest. He'd warned Oliver. Years ago, before the wedding, he'd pulled his brother aside and said Rose seemed off. Too eager to get married. Too focused on what Oliver had. The house, the family name, the business Oliver had been building. Oliver had laughed it off. You're just protective. Well, she loves me. Maybe she had. Maybe she never did. Either way, Oliver was dead now. Did she see you? No. I ran to my room, grabbed my backpack, climbed out my window. I ran the whole way to your workshop. Good. That's good. The truck ate up miles of rain-slicked highway. William's mind raced through possibilities. If Daniel was right, going to the police meant nothing. What proof did they have? A 13-year-old's word against his mother's? Rose was good at playing the victim. Good at making people believe her. William needed more than that. He needed the truth. And to get it, he needed help. He turned onto a side road that led back toward town. Toward the diner on Oak Street. The bell above the door jingled when they walked in. The diner was nearly empty at this hour, late afternoon, that dead zone between lunch and dinner. Nadine Rourke stood behind the counter, pouring coffee for an old man reading the newspaper. She looked up, saw William and Daniel, and her smile faded. "Back booth," she said quietly. They slid into the worn vinyl seats. Nadine brought 2 mugs, coffee for William, hot chocolate for Daniel, and sat across from him. She was 50-something, with gray threading through her dark hair and eyes that missed nothing. "What happened?" she asked. William kept his voice low. "We need a place for Daniel to stay tonight. Maybe longer. Of course." Her gaze moved to Daniel, who stared into his mug. "You running from your mom?" The boy nodded. "What? Tell her," William said. Daniel repeated what he'd heard. With each word, Nadine's expression hardened. When he finished, she sat back and folded her arms. "I believe you." Daniel looked up, surprised. "Your dad came to see me. About 3 months before he died." Nadine's voice was careful, measured. "He sat right where you're sitting and told me things weren't right at home. Said Rose was cold, distant. He thought she might be seeing someone else." William felt his jaw tighten. "Oliver told you that?" "He did. I told him to get proof, talk to a lawyer. He said he would." She paused. "He also said something else. He said if anything happened to him, it wouldn't be an accident." The words hit William like a hammer. "He said that?" Those exact words. William stared at the table. Oliver had known. He'd suspected, maybe even feared for his life, and he hadn't said anything to William. Why? Because William would have done something. Would have confronted Rose. Would have dragged Oliver away from that house, whether he wanted to go or not. "I should have pushed harder," Nadine said quietly. "Should have made him listen. Not your fault." William's voice came out rough. He looked at Daniel. "Your dad trusted me to look after you, and I will. But first I need the truth. All of it. What do you want me to do?" Nadine asked. "Keep Daniel here tonight. I need to talk to some people. Figure out what Rose is planning. You're going back, not to the house, but I need to know what we're dealing with." Nadine reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "Be careful. If she killed Oliver, she won't hesitate to hurt you too." "I know." He stood. Daniel grabbed his arm. "Uncle William, you're safe here. I promise. Nadine's got you." The boy nodded, but his grip stayed tight for another moment before letting go. Outside, the rain had slowed to a drizzle. William sat in his truck and pulled out his phone. He stared at the screen, then dialed his sister's number. Ruth answered on the second ring. "Will, I need to talk to you. Can you meet me somewhere?" "What's wrong?" "You sound not over the phone. Can you come to Brewster's bar in 20 minutes? A pause. "I'll be there." Brewster's was a dive. The kind of place where nobody asked questions and the bartender knew when to make himself scarce. William sat in the back corner with a beer he hadn't touched. Ruth arrived right on time, her face pinched with worry. "What's going on?" She slid into the booth across from him. "Daniel's with Nadine. He's not going back to Rose." "What? Why?" William told her. Everything Daniel had heard. What Nadine had said about Oliver's visit. Ruth listened without interrupting, but her face went pale. "You think Rose killed Oliver?" Daniel heard her admit it. "Jesus." Ruth rubbed her face with both hands. "What are you going to do?" "I need information. What's Rose been doing since Oliver died? Where's the money going?" Who's she talking to? Ruth was quiet for a moment. She's been asking about the life insurance. A lot. And the property, the house, the business. She wanted to know if Oliver had a will, who was named in it. I told her to talk to the lawyer, but she kept pushing. What about Daniel? She's been making noise about me not seeing him as much, saying I'm a bad influence, that the family needs to respect her role as his mother. Ruth's voice hardened. I think she's trying to cut everyone else out. Make sure she's the only one with any say over Daniel or Oliver's estate. William's hands clenched. She sees him as property. She sees everything as property. Oliver was her ticket to stability. The house, the business, the insurance money. That's what she wanted. And now that she has it, I'm in the way. You're the only one Daniel will listen to. The only one who might fight for custody. She knows that. William drank his beer, the taste bitter in his mouth. I need to talk to a lawyer. James Hendricks. He handled Oliver's estate. He might know something. Can you set up a meeting? First thing tomorrow. Ruth leaned forward. Will, if you're right about this, if Rose really did kill Oliver, we need to be smart. She's good at playing the victim. Good at making people believe her. I know. And if she's planning something for you, I'll be careful. Ruth didn't look convinced, but she nodded. Where are you staying tonight? I'll figure it out. Stay with me. David's out of town for work. We've got the spare room. Thanks. She reached across the table and gripped his wrist. We'll get through this. For Oliver. For Daniel. Yeah. William's voice was flat. We will. That night, William lay awake in Ruth's guest room and stared at the ceiling. Images played through his mind on repeat. Oliver as a kid, laughing as they built a treehouse in their backyard. Oliver at his wedding, nervous and happy. Oliver's funeral, the closed casket, Rose crying into a handkerchief. Had those tears been real? Or just another performance? He thought about Daniel. The terror in the boy's eyes. The way he'd run through the rain, desperate and scared. 13 years old, and already learning that the people who should protect you could be the ones you needed protection from. William's phone buzzed. A text from Nadine. Daniel's asleep. Safe. You okay? He typed back. Yeah, thanks. Another buzz. Your brother loved you. He'd want you to fight for his son. William stared at the words until they blurred. Then he set the phone down and closed his eyes that he'd fight. Not just for Daniel, for Oliver, for the truth, for justice. And when it was done, Rose would have nothing. No son, no money, no power. That he'd make sure of it. The lawyer's office smelled like old books and furniture polish. James Hendricks was a thin man in his 60s with wire-rimmed glasses and the careful movements of someone who'd spent a lifetime handling other people's secrets. He gestured for William to sit. Ruth said you had questions about your brother's estate. Among other things, William settled into the chair. What did Oliver leave behind? Who gets what? Hendricks pulled a file from his desk. Oliver's will named Rose as the primary beneficiary. The house, the business assets, and the life insurance policy all go to her. Daniel is named as a secondary beneficiary to receive everything if Rose predeceases him. What about guardianship? Rose has full custody as the surviving parent. However, Hendricks paused. Oliver did include a clause. If Rose is deemed unfit or unable to care for Daniel, you're named as the alternate guardian. Something loosened in William's chest. Oliver had thought of that, had planned for it. What constitutes unfit? Evidence of abuse, neglect, or behavior that endangers the child's well-being. Hendricks studied William over his glasses. Why are you asking? Because Rose might be all three. He told Hendricks about Daniel's flight, what he'd overheard, Nadine's conversation with Oliver before his death. The lawyer listened without interrupting, his expression growing grimmer. You understand that what you're suggesting is serious. Murder, conspiracy. These aren't accusations you make lightly. I'm not making them lightly. And you have proof? Not yet, but Daniel heard her confess. A child's testimony against his mother. That's difficult. Hendricks leaned back. The courts favor keeping children with their biological parents unless there's overwhelming evidence of unfitness. You'd need more than hearsay. What about the life insurance? How much? $500,000. Rose has already filed the claim. William's jaw clenched. $500,000. More than enough motive. Can you delay the payout? Not without cause, but I can review the police report on Oliver's death. See if there's anything unusual in the circumstances. Do it. Hendricks made a note. Where's Daniel now? Safe. Away from her. She'll file for his return. As his legal guardian, she has every right. Let her try. William stood. I want you to prepare a petition for custody. Emergency guardianship, whatever it takes. Oliver named me as alternate. I'm exercising that right. On what grounds? Give me a week. I'll have grounds. Hendricks studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. I'll have the paperwork ready. But William, be careful. If Rose is what you think she is, she won't go down quietly. Good, William said. Neither will I. Daniel stayed with Nadine. William moved into a motel room on the edge of town. Neutral ground where Rose couldn't corner him. He spent the next 3 days digging, talking to neighbors, visiting Oliver's old friends, asking questions. The picture that emerged made his blood boil. Rose had been seen with another man. Multiple times. A guy named Trevor, who worked in real estate over in Crescent City. They'd been spotted at restaurants, at a hotel. Always during the day, always when Oliver was working. The neighbors talked about fights. Raised voices from the Mercer house late at night. One woman, Mrs. Peterson, admitted she called a welfare check 6 months ago after hearing Rose scream at Daniel. The police had gone. Rose had charmed them. Case closed. On the 3rd day, Ruth called. Well, you need to come to my house. Now, what's wrong? Just come. He found Ruth and Daniel in her living room. The boy looked shaken. In his hands was a folded piece of paper, edges worn like it had been handled many times. Show him, Ruth said quietly. Daniel held out the paper. His hands trembled. I found this in Dad's desk. After he died. I didn't tell Mom. I kept it hidden. William unfolded the letter. The handwriting was Oliver's, small and precise, engineer script. Will, if you're reading this, something happened to me. I hope I'm being paranoid. I hope I'm wrong about everything. But I need you to know the truth, just in case. Rose has been distant for months. Cold. I think she's seeing someone else. I don't have proof, but the signs are there. Late nights. Unexplained absences. The way she looks at me, sometimes, like I'm in her way. She resents Daniel, too. I've heard her say things when she thinks I'm not listening. That he's a burden. That she never wanted kids. It scares me what I've thought about leaving. Taking Daniel and just going. But I keep hoping she'll come back to herself. That the woman I married is still in there somewhere. Maybe I'm a fool that if you're reading this, I'm probably dead. I don't think it'll be an accident. I think she'll find a way. She's smart like that. Please look after Daniel. Don't trust Rose. Don't let her have him. Take care of my boy. Oliver Williams' hand shook. The paper crinkled under his grip. He read it again, then a 3rd time. Each word carved itself into his brain. Oliver had known, had seen it coming, and he'd still stayed. Still tried to save a marriage that was already dead. When did you find this? William's voice sounded distant, not his own. 2 weeks after the funeral, Daniel whispered. I was looking for pictures of Dad. This was taped under his desk drawer. William looked at Ruth. She had tears on her cheeks. This changes things, she said. This is evidence. It's proof Oliver suspected. Not proof she killed him. But William's mind was already working. Still, it's something. It shows intent. Fear. Motive. He folded the letter carefully and put it in his jacket pocket. Looked at Daniel. You did good. Keeping this safe. Is it enough? The boy's voice cracked. To stop her, it's a start. William crouched down so he was eye level with his nephew. Your dad trusted me. He asked me to protect you. And I will. Whatever it takes. You understand. Daniel nodded. I need you to stay strong. Stay with Nadine. Stay away from your mom. Can you do that? Yes. Good. William stood. Ruth walked him to the door. What are you going to do? She asked. Talk to her. Will, that's dangerous. I know, but she needs to know I'm coming for her. That I know what she did. He turned to his sister. If something happens to me, you take Daniel. Don't let her get him. Promise me. Ruth's face went white. Nothing's going to happen to you. Promise me, Ruth. She swallowed hard. I promise. The Mercer house looked the same as it always had. 2 stories, white siding, a front porch Oliver had built himself. William parked on the street and sat for a moment, gathering himself. He'd been here 1,000 times. family dinners, holidays, helping Oliver install new cabinets in the kitchen. Now it felt like enemy territory that he got out and walked to the front door. Knocked. Rose answered almost immediately, as if she'd been waiting. She looked different, harder. Her hair was pulled back tight, and her eyes were cold. William. Her voice was flat. Where's my son? Safe. I want him back. Now. No. Her jaw clenched. You have no right to keep him from me. I have every right. You're a danger to him. She laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. A danger? I'm his mother. You're a killer. The words hung between them. Rose's face went still. Then she stepped back and opened the door wider. Come inside. Let's talk about this properly. William walked in. The house smelled wrong. Too clean, too sterile, like she'd been scrubbing away evidence. They stood in the living room where Oliver had died. The stairs rose behind her. William pictured his brother falling, tumbling, bones breaking. You've always hated me, Rose said. She moved to the couch, but didn't sit. From the moment Oliver brought me home, you looked at me like I was dirt. I looked at you like you were lying. And I was right. About what? You never loved him. You loved what he had. This house, the business, the insurance money. Her smile was thin. Everyone loves something. Oliver loved playing the martyr, playing the perfect husband. But he was weak, William. He couldn't give me what I needed. So you killed him. He fell. Tragic accident. The police said so. Daniel heard you. On the phone. Confessing. Something flickered in her eyes. Fear. Then it was gone, replaced by calculation. Daniel's a child. Children mishear things. Get confused. He heard you say Oliver was out of the way, that I was a problem. Rose's expression shifted. The mask slipped. You were a problem. You always have been. Oliver looked up to you, listened to you. I couldn't get anywhere with him while you were poisoning his mind. I warned him about you. You drove him paranoid, made him suspect things that weren't there. Trevor from Crescent City. How long were you seeing him? Her face hardened. That's none of your business. It became my business when you pushed my brother down those stairs. Prove it. William pulled out Oliver's letter, unfolded it, held it up. Oliver wrote this before he died. Says he was afraid of you, that if anything happened to him, it wouldn't be an accident. Rose went very still. Where did you get that? Doesn't matter. What matters is Daniel has it. Ruth has it. My lawyer has a copy. And if anything happens to me, it goes to the police. Her hands clenched at her sides. That letter doesn't prove anything. Just paranoid ramblings from a man who couldn't handle reality. Reality? You want to talk about reality? William took a step closer. Here's reality. You broke him down piece by piece. Made him feel small. Made him doubt himself. And when he started catching on, when he started questioning you, you killed him. I gave up everything for him. Rose's voice rose, sharp and jagged. I was supposed to have a life. A real life. And what did I get? A mediocre husband, a child I never wanted, and a brother-in-law who treats me like I'm garbage. You think I don't have a right to want more? Not if it means killing my brother. Oliver was miserable with or without me. I just freed him from his pathetic existence. The admission hung in the air. Rose's eyes widened slightly, as if she'd surprised herself. Then her expression hardened again. You'll never prove any of this. Daniel's a child. The letter's not evidence. You have nothing. I have enough. Enough to get custody of Daniel. Enough to make sure you never see him again. Try it. She moved closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. I'll tell the court you're abusive, violent, unstable. I'll say you threatened me, try to take my son out of jealousy because you never had a family of your own. I'll bury you, William. He held her gaze, didn't blink, didn't flinch. Go ahead, try. I'll bury you with the truth. About Oliver, about Trevor, about everything you've done. And when I'm finished, you'll have nothing. No son, no money, no life. Her hand moved fast, a slap aimed at his face. William caught her wrist, held it. His grip was iron. Don't, he said quietly. They stood frozen for a moment. Then Rose yanked her arm free and stepped back. Get out of my house. It's not your house. It's Oliver's house. And Daniel's. You're just the parasite living in it. He turned and walked to the door. Paused. You should have loved him. He would have given you the world. Instead, you took his life. And now I'm taking everything from you. He left her standing there and drove back to the motel. His hand shook on the wheel. Not from fear. From rage. Rose had admitted it. Maybe not in a way that would hold up in court, but she'd admitted it. And now William knew for certain. His brother's death wasn't an accident, that it was murder. The petition for emergency custody hit Rose 3 days later. William heard about it from Hendricks, who called sounding satisfied. She received the papers this morning. Her lawyer called me already. They're fighting it. Expected. She's claiming you're unstable, that you kidnapped Daniel, that you've been harassing her. Also expected. What's the court date? 2 weeks. Judge Morrison. He's fair, but conservative. Favors biological parents. Then we need to make sure he sees who Rose really is. William hung up and called Ruth. I need you to talk to anyone who knew Oliver and Rose. Neighbors, friends, co-workers, anyone who saw how she treated him. Get statements. Already on it. Mrs. Peterson gave me a written statement about the welfare check. And Oliver's business partner, Tom, says Rose called him twice after Oliver died asking about company assets. Good. Keep going. Next, he called Nadine. How's Daniel? Hanging in there. He asks about you every day. Tell him I'm working on it. And Nadine, I need you to testify about what Oliver told you before he died. You know I will. William spent the next week building his case. He talked to Oliver's doctor, who confirmed Oliver had come in with suspicious bruises weeks before his death. Talked to Daniel's teachers, who documented the boy showing up to school tired, withdrawn, with marks on his arms. Talked to the bank, who confirmed Rose had tried to access Oliver's business accounts the day after he died. Piece by piece, the picture formed. Rose's mask slipped away, revealing the calculating, cold woman underneath, but Rose fought back. She spread rumors through town, told people William had always been jealous of Oliver's marriage, that he'd made threats, that Daniel was confused, traumatized, being manipulated. Some people believed her, but more didn't. The town began to split. Those who'd known Oliver rallied around William. Those who'd fallen for Rose's charm slowly backed away as the truth emerged 1 week before the custody hearing. Daniel ran. William got the call from Nadine at 3 in the morning. Her voice was tight with fear. He's gone. Windows open. Backpack's missing. When I checked on him at midnight, he was asleep. Just looked now, and he's gone. William was already pulling on clothes. Call the police. I'll search. He drove through the dark streets, scanning for a small figure. His heart hammered. If Daniel had gone back to Rose, if something had happened, his phone rang. Ruth's number. He's here, she said. He climbed in through the back window. Scared me half to death. Is he okay? Physically, yes. Emotionally, Will, he's a mess. Can you come? William broke speed limits getting there. He found Daniel in Ruth's kitchen, wrapped in a blanket, shaking. Ruth had made him tea. He wasn't drinking. William sat across from him. What happened? I went back. Daniel's voice was small. To the house. I needed to know. Know what? If she'd tell me the truth. About Dad. William's chest tightened. Daniel, she was home. I knocked on the door.